What if I told you that the period we call the Dark Ages was not so dark after all, but actually a time of remarkable ingenuity and invention? We often think of the years between the 5th and 15th centuries as a time when Europe was stagnant, but this couldn't be further from the truth. This era was brimming with innovations that were far more advanced than most people believe. Prepare to have your historical assumptions challenged as we uncover 50 baffling inventions from the Dark Ages that will leave you questioning everything you thought you knew about this period. Get ready to explore mind-blowing creations like mechanical knights, ancient versions of fax machines, and other technological marvels that prove the so-called Dark Ages were anything but. Up next, we'll be looking at the Antikythera Mechanism, an ancient Greek computer that predicted astronomical positions. Let's journey back in time to explore one of history's most intriguing puzzles, the Antikythera Mechanism. Discovered in a Roman-era shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901, this device has been called the world's first analog computer. Dating back to around 100 before Christ, it's far more complex than anything else we know of from that era. The Antikythera Mechanism is essentially an ancient Greek computer designed to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. Imagine a device with over 30 intricate gears, all working together with incredible precision. This complexity wasn't seen again in mechanical devices until the 14th century, nearly 1,400 years later. The gears are made from bronze and are housed within a wooden case covered in inscriptions that serve as something like an instruction manual. What makes the Antikythera Mechanism so remarkable is its ability to perform complex calculations. By turning a small hand crank, the operator could input a specific date, and the device would then display the positions of the Sun, Moon, and various planets. It could even predict solar and lunar eclipses, taking into account the irregular orbit of the Moon. This level of sophistication demonstrates a profound understanding of astronomy and mathematics in ancient Greece. The discovery of the Antikythera Mechanism challenges our traditional timeline of technological progress. It suggests that ancient civilizations were capable of far more than we often give them credit for. The sheer ingenuity and precision of this device raises questions about what else might have been achieved during this period and subsequently lost to time. It forces us to reconsider the notion that technological advancement is a linear process, steadily building upon previous achievements. Instead, it appears that there were moments of brilliance that, for various reasons, did not lead to a sustained technological revolution. As we continue our journey into the mysteries of the Antikythera Mechanism, we now consider its legacy and the impact it had on later technological advancements. Turning our attention to modern times, the legacy of the Antikythera Mechanism is significant, especially when we consider modern recreations of this ancient device. Scientists and historians have strived to rebuild the mechanism using modern materials and techniques, not only to prove its functionality but also to better understand its original construction. These recreations, often involving advanced 3D printing and computer modeling, have largely confirmed the accuracy of the ancient descriptions and revealed even more about the sophistication of its design. One fascinating aspect of the Antikythera Mechanism's legacy is its potential influence on later medieval clockmakers. Although direct evidence linking the mechanism to the development of medieval clocks is scarce, the level of precision and astronomical knowledge embodied in the device suggests that it could have served as an inspiration or a starting point for future innovations. Some historians propose that the knowledge and skills required to build such a complex device might have been preserved in certain intellectual circles, eventually contributing to the emergence of sophisticated clockwork technology in the Middle Ages. However, a puzzling question remains: why did similar devices disappear for centuries after the Antikythera Mechanism was created? This disappearance raises important questions about knowledge preservation in ancient times. The loss of such sophisticated technology may be attributed to several factors, including the decline of the ancient Greek civilization, the destruction of libraries and centers of learning, and the shift in focus towards other areas of knowledge and innovation. In other words, the societal structures that allowed for the creation and maintenance of such complex devices simply collapsed, and much of the knowledge was lost as a result. The story of the Antikythera Mechanism serves as a reminder of the fragility of knowledge and the importance of preserving and transmitting it across generations. It underscores the fact that technological progress is not always linear, and that at times humanity may lose sight of its own achievements. The rediscovery of the Antikythera Mechanism has reignited interest in ancient technology and has prompted new research into the history of science, mathematics, and engineering. This incredible device challenges us to reevaluate our understanding of the past and to appreciate the ingenuity and resourcefulness of ancient civilizations. Now, shifting our gaze from the stars to the seas, we will now examine another marvel from the ancient world, Greek fire, a legendary naval weapon with a secret composition and devastating effects. Now, leaving behind the mysteries of the Antikythera Mechanism, we turn our attention to a weapon of war both feared and revered during its time, Greek fire. This legendary Byzantine concoction, first deployed in the 7th century, was more than just a weapon. It was a closely guarded secret that played a crucial role in the defense of the Byzantine Empire. Greek fire was a naval superweapon capable of igniting and burning fiercely, even on water. Imagine the terror it inspired, a ship engulfed in flames with no escape as the fire spread relentlessly across the sea. This fearsome weapon was typically projected from bronze tubes mounted on Byzantine warships, unleashing a stream of fire onto enemy vessels. The exact chemical composition of Greek fire remains one of history's most enduring mysteries. Unlike regular fire, Greek fire was incredibly difficult to extinguish and is said to have produced thick smoke and a deafening roar as it burned. The use of Greek fire was instrumental in several key Byzantine military victories, most notably during the sieges of Constantinople by the Arabs. In 678 and again in 717 to 718, the Byzantine fleet deployed Greek fire to devastating effect, shattering the Arab fleets and preventing them from breaching the city's defenses. These victories were not just military triumphs. They were pivotal moments that ensured the survival of the Byzantine Empire and arguably the course of European history. The fiery onslaught turned the tide of battle, securing Byzantine dominance in the Mediterranean and instilling fear in their adversaries. The effectiveness of Greek fire lay not only in its destructive power but also in its psychological impact. The sight and sound of the unquenchable flames struck terror into the hearts of enemy sailors, disrupting their formations and demoralizing their forces. Accounts from the time describe chaotic scenes of panic and desperation as enemy ships succumbed to the inferno. As we consider the composition of Greek fire, it's important to note that the secrets surrounding its creation and deployment were as closely guarded as the formula itself. Delving into the mysteries surrounding this ancient superweapon, we come to the pivotal question: why was the formula for Greek fire lost, and why have modern attempts to recreate it fallen short of the historical accounts? The answer lies in a combination of factors, including the stringent secrecy imposed by the Byzantine emperors and the complex chemical processes involved in its creation. The Byzantine emperors treated Greek fire as a state secret of utmost importance. Knowledge of its composition and manufacture was confined to a select few, primarily within the skilled artisans and engineers of the imperial workshops. These individuals were sworn to secrecy, and the penalty for revealing the formula was likely severe, possibly death. This intense secrecy effectively prevented the formula from spreading beyond the confines of the Byzantine court and military. The result of that intense secrecy was the formula died with the Byzantines. Another reason for the loss of the formula is its complexity and the lack of detailed written records. Unlike modern chemical formulas, the ingredients and preparation methods for Greek fire were probably passed down orally or through cryptic notes, making it difficult to reconstruct accurately in later centuries. The absence of precise measurements, temperatures, and reaction times has left modern researchers guessing at the exact process. Modern theories about the composition of Greek fire typically include a combination of naphtha or petroleum, sulfur, quicklime, and possibly other ingredients like resin, saltpeter, or bitumen. Some theories propose that the Byzantines used a sophisticated distillation process to refine the naphtha, enhancing its flammability. The use of quicklime, which reacts violently with water to produce intense heat, could explain why Greek fire was so difficult to extinguish. Despite these theories, modern recreations have consistently failed to replicate the fiery properties described in historical accounts. One challenge is obtaining the correct proportions and purity of the ingredients. Another is replicating the exact methods of preparation and projection used by the Byzantines. Even with advanced technology, modern scientists have struggled to produce a substance that burns as fiercely and is as difficult to extinguish as Greek fire was reputed to be. Thus, the mystery of Greek fire remains unsolved, a testament to the ingenuity and secrecy of the Byzantine Empire. As we leave behind the burning seas and enter a new realm of ancient innovation, we encounter the peculiar puzzle of the Baghdad Battery, a device that might just rewrite the history of electricity. Transitioning from the fiery battlefields of the Byzantine Empire, our journey through time takes us to an intriguing artifact unearthed in modern-day Iraq, the Baghdad Battery, dating back to the 3rd century AD. These mysterious clay jars discovered near Baghdad have ignited a fierce debate among archaeologists and historians. The central question is, were these simple vessels actually ancient batteries capable of generating electricity? The Baghdad Battery consists of a clay jar, a copper cylinder, and an iron rod. The jar, typically about 5 inches tall, contains a copper cylinder held in place with asphalt. Inside the copper cylinder is an iron rod. When filled with an electrolyte solution, such as vinegar or lemon juice, the device can produce a small voltage of electricity. One side of the archaeological debate suggests that these jars were indeed used as batteries. Proponents of this theory argue that the Baghdad Battery could have been employed for electroplating, a process of coating one metal with a thin layer of another using electricity. Examples often cited include the possibility of plating silver or gold onto other metals, creating decorative or valuable items. However, not everyone agrees with this interpretation. Skeptics argue that there is no conclusive evidence to support the use of the Baghdad Battery for electroplating. They suggest that the jars may have had alternative purposes, such as storing scrolls or other valuable objects. The lack of electrical components or wiring at the excavation site further fuels this skepticism. So, what was the true purpose of the Baghdad Battery? Until further evidence emerges, the mystery remains unsolved, leaving us pondering the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. But the story does not end here, as modern experiments have sought to shed light on this ancient enigma. Exploring beyond the initial discovery, modern scientists have taken up the challenge of recreating the Baghdad Battery to test its functionality. These experiments have yielded fascinating results. When replicas of the jar are filled with an electrolyte like lemon juice or vinegar, they do indeed produce a measurable voltage. Typically, a single Baghdad Battery replica can generate between 0.5 and 1.5 volts. This outcome raises compelling questions about the ancient understanding of electricity. While it is unlikely that the ancients fully grasped the principles of electromagnetism as we do today, the existence of the Baghdad Battery suggests a practical, albeit rudimentary, knowledge of how to generate electrical current. It's conceivable that this knowledge was applied in limited contexts, such as electroplating small objects or perhaps even for medicinal purposes, like pain relief through electric stimulation, although concrete evidence for these applications remains elusive. However, the crucial question remains, why didn't this technology advance further? Several factors may account for the stagnation of electrical development in ancient times. The voltage produced by the Baghdad Battery is quite low, limiting its practical applications. Additionally, the materials required, such as specific types of clay, copper, and electrolytes, might not have been readily available or easily processed on a large scale. Moreover, the ancient world may have lacked the theoretical framework necessary to fully understand and optimize electrical phenomena. Without a deeper comprehension of how and why the battery worked, it would have been difficult to improve its design or discover new applications. It is also possible that the knowledge was confined to a small group of artisans or priests who kept it secret, preventing its wider dissemination and development. Despite the limitations, the Baghdad Battery stands as a testament to the ingenuity and curiosity of ancient civilizations. Although it did not spark an electrical revolution, it offers a tantalizing glimpse into the potential for scientific discovery that existed even in antiquity. As we ponder the Baghdad Battery, it is equally fascinating to shift our attention to another navigational mystery from the past: Viking Sunstones, used by Norse seafarers to navigate the seas. Transitioning from ancient batteries to the high seas, we turn our attention to another ingenious navigational tool. Item 4. Viking Sunstones. These were not mythical objects from Norse sagas, but rather practical tools that enabled Viking seafarers to navigate even under cloudy skies. Imagine sailing the vast and often unforgiving North Atlantic, where cloudy or foggy conditions could obscure the sun for days, making traditional navigation impossible. According to the sagas, Vikings used sunstones to find the sun's position, even when it was hidden behind thick cloud cover, allowing them to maintain their course. But how did these sunstones work? The answer lies in the properties of certain birefringent minerals, most notably Iceland spar, also known as optical calcite. Iceland spar has the unique ability to split light into two beams, each traveling at a different speed and direction through the crystal. By holding the crystal up to the sky and rotating it, the user could observe the two beams of light and their intensities. Even when the sun was obscured, the crystal would reveal its position by producing a distinct pattern of light and shadow. The point at which the two images created by the crystal became equal in brightness indicated the direction of the sun. This method allowed the Vikings to determine their heading with remarkable accuracy, even in the absence of direct sunlight. Sunstones were particularly crucial for navigating at high latitudes, where the angle of the sun is low and the weather is notoriously unpredictable. It is worth noting that the Iceland spar is relatively common in Scandinavia. The existence and functionality of Viking sunstones have profound implications for our understanding of Norse seafaring capabilities. These crystals likely played a pivotal role in enabling the Vikings to undertake long-distance voyages, including the colonization of Iceland, Greenland, and even their documented, though brief, exploration of North America centuries before Columbus. The use of sunstones allowed them to confidently traverse the seas, opening up new trade routes and expanding their cultural influence across the North Atlantic. Let's delve into more findings that researchers discovered about Viking sunstones. Item 4. Continued modern verification. To truly test the sagas and the science, researchers embarked on a remarkable experiment to determine the effectiveness of Viking sunstones in real-world conditions. In 2013, a team of scientists and experienced sailors reconstructed a Viking ship and set sail, relying solely on sunstones for navigation. Their journey took them across the North Atlantic, retracing routes that Viking explorers might have used centuries ago. The goal was to determine how accurately these sunstones could guide them, especially in challenging weather conditions where modern instruments might struggle. The team used Iceland spar crystals, carefully sourced and prepared to mimic those available to the Vikings. The results of the experiment were striking. The sunstones allowed the crew to determine their heading with a high degree of accuracy, often within a few degrees of precision. This level of accuracy was sufficient to keep them on course and reach their intended destinations. What was particularly impressive was the sunstone's ability to function effectively even when the sun was completely obscured by clouds or fog. Compared to modern GPS systems, the sunstones were not as precise, but they provided a reliable alternative in situations where electronic navigation would be impossible. This is a crucial point, as GPS relies on satellites and electronic signals, which could be disrupted or unavailable in certain circumstances. The Vikings, using only natural minerals and their understanding of light polarization, were able to achieve a level of navigational skill that is both astonishing and inspiring. The success of this experiment not only confirmed the functionality of Viking Sunstones, but also underscored the ingenuity and resourcefulness of Norse seafarers. It demonstrated that the Vikings possessed a sophisticated understanding of optics and mineralogy, allowing them to develop a practical tool that overcame the limitations of their environment. This knowledge was essential for their long-distance voyages and their ability to explore and colonize new lands. Now, let's shift gears and journey from the practical to the theoretical, as we explore an invention that showcased steam power principles 1700 years before the Industrial Revolution. The fifth item on our list transports us back to ancient Greece, where we discover a remarkable invention by Heron of Alexandria in the 1st century AD. This device, known as the eolipile, was essentially a steam engine, demonstrating principles of steam power a staggering 1700 years before the Industrial Revolution. Heron's eolipile consisted of a hollow sphere mounted on two hollow arms connected to a steam-generating boiler. As the water boiled, steam traveled up the arms and into the sphere. The steam then escaped through nozzles, causing the sphere to rotate. This was a clear demonstration of converting thermal energy into mechanical motion. The eolipile was a testament to Heron's ingenuity and understanding of physics. Despite its groundbreaking potential, the eolipile was largely regarded as a curiosity rather than a practical machine for industrial applications. It was often showcased as a toy or a novelty in temples and public demonstrations, rather than being harnessed for tasks like pumping water or powering machinery. Several factors contributed to this lack of industrialization. Firstly, the ancient world had an abundance of cheap labor, particularly slave labor, which reduced the economic incentive to develop labor-saving devices. Secondly, the prevailing social and economic structures did not prioritize technological innovation in the same way that later societies would. The focus was more on philosophical and artistic pursuits than on practical engineering. Furthermore, the materials and manufacturing techniques available at the time limited the scale and efficiency of the eolipile. Ancient metallurgy was not advanced enough to produce robust, high-pressure boilers and precision nozzles needed for an efficient steam engine. As a result, the eolipile remained a small-scale demonstration, showcasing the potential of steam power without leading to widespread adoption. Although Heron's invention didn't spark an industrial revolution in its time, it stands as a remarkable example of early scientific insight. This invites us to explore what might have been if this technology had been scaled up and industrialized in the ancient world. Now, let's consider the intriguing question of what could have happened if Heron's steam engine had been scaled up and industrialized. Had the ancient world harnessed the potential of steam power, our historical timeline might look drastically different. Envision a world where factories were powered by steam, transportation was revolutionized by steam-driven vehicles, and agriculture benefited from steam-powered irrigation systems, all centuries ahead of our conventional understanding. To truly grasp the significance of Heron's invention, let's draw a comparison with the steam engines that powered the 18th century Industrial Revolution. Engines like the Newcomen engine, developed around 1712, and later the Watt engine, introduced in 1769, were pivotal in transforming industries. The Newcomen engine, primarily used for pumping water out of mines, operated through a cycle of steam filling a cylinder, condensing to create a vacuum, and atmospheric pressure then driving a piston. Watt's engine improved upon this by adding a separate condenser, significantly increasing efficiency and making it suitable for a wider range of applications, including powering textile mills and driving machinery. When we examine Heron's Eolipile alongside these later engines, we can see both similarities and crucial differences. All three devices converted thermal energy into mechanical work. However, the scale, efficiency, and application differed greatly. Heron's Eolipile was a reaction turbine, using the direct force of escaping steam to generate rotational motion, while the 18th century engines used pistons and cylinders to translate linear motion into rotational motion, which could then be applied to various industrial processes. The sophistication of 18th century metallurgy allowed for larger, more robust engines capable of withstanding higher pressures and delivering more power. Despite these differences, the fundamental principle remained the same. Heron's device showcased an understanding of thermodynamics that was centuries ahead of its time. Had ancient societies possessed the materials and economic incentives to develop this technology further, they might have kick-started an industrial revolution of their own. The absence of such development poses thought-provoking questions about the role of technology, economics, and social structures in shaping the course of history. With that in mind, we turn our attention to a building material that has stood the test of time and continues to puzzle engineers today: Roman concrete. Transitioning from ancient steam power to the enduring strength of materials, the sixth item on our list brings us to Roman concrete, a building material that has remarkably stood the test of time for 2,000 years, in stark contrast to modern concrete, which often crumbles within decades. The exceptional durability of Roman concrete is one of the most impressive feats of ancient engineering. Structures like the Pantheon in Rome and various aqueducts still stand today, demonstrating a longevity that modern concrete struggles to match. While modern concrete tends to degrade and crack due to chemical reactions and environmental factors, Roman concrete has proven incredibly resilient, even in harsh marine environments. The key to this ancient material's extraordinary durability lies in its unique composition, particularly the use of volcanic ash, also known as pozzolana. Roman concrete was not simply a mix of cement, water, and aggregates like modern concrete. Instead, it incorporated this volcanic ash, which reacted with lime and water to create a highly stable and cohesive binder, and this pozzolanic reaction resulted in a material that not only hardened effectively, but also became more resistant to cracking and erosion over time. The specific types of volcanic ash used and the precise mixing techniques further contributed to its superior performance. The knowledge of how to produce this exceptional concrete was largely lost over the centuries, leading modern scientists to try and reverse engineer the process. Researchers have analyzed samples of Roman concrete to understand the exact chemical reactions and microstructures that give it its strength and durability. They have discovered that the volcanic ash reacts with the other components to form a mineral called calcium aluminum silicate hydrate, which binds the mixture together and prevents the formation of cracks. Scientists are also exploring the role of other additives, such as seawater and specific types of aggregates, in enhancing the concrete's properties. The goal of this research is to replicate the ancient methods and produce modern concrete that is as durable and long-lasting as its Roman predecessor. Despite significant progress, the precise combination of factors that made Roman concrete so extraordinary remains a subject of ongoing investigation. Having explored the secrets of Roman concrete, next up, we'll delve into how this material achieved an underwater miracle. Venturing further into the marvels of Roman concrete, the material exhibits a unique ability to not only withstand seawater, but actually strengthen over time when submerged, which is unlike modern concrete that typically degrades in marine environments. This remarkable feature has fascinated engineers and scientists for years, prompting extensive research into the underlying mechanisms. Ancient Roman harbors like those at Caesarea Maritima and Cosa, now in present-day Italy, showcase the enduring nature of this technology. These structures have remained largely intact for over 2,000 years, despite constant exposure to waves, tides, and chemical erosion from the sea. These are testaments to the superior underwater performance of Roman concrete. The secret to this underwater resilience lies in the reaction between seawater and the volcanic ash components of the concrete. When seawater penetrates the concrete, it interacts with the calcium and aluminum present in the volcanic ash, forming new minerals that further bind the mixture together. This process, known as pozzolanic reaction, continues over time, effectively strengthening the concrete structure. In contrast, modern concrete is susceptible to chloride attack from seawater, which leads to corrosion of the reinforcing steel and eventual structural failure. The absence of steel reinforcement in most Roman concrete structures also eliminates this corrosion risk, contributing to their exceptional longevity. The implications of this ancient technology for modern marine construction are profound. By understanding and replicating the properties of Roman concrete, engineers could potentially build more durable and sustainable coastal defenses, bridges, and underwater structures. The use of volcanic ash or similar natural materials could reduce the environmental impact of concrete production, while also extending the lifespan of marine infrastructure, and this could lead to significant cost savings and reduced maintenance needs over time. Replicating this could revolutionize how we approach construction in marine environments, offering a sustainable and resilient alternative to current methods. Having seen how the Romans conquered the seas with their concrete, the next item on our list will plunge us into the mysteries of Damascus steel. Transitioning now from the lasting legacy of Roman ingenuity, let's turn our attention to another remarkable material from the annals of history, Damascus steel. This legendary metal, renowned for its exceptional sharpness and distinctive wavy patterns, was the material of choice for creating some of the most formidable blades in the ancient world. Swords forged from Damascus steel were said to be so sharp they could slice through lesser swords with ease, yet remain flexible enough to withstand tremendous stress without breaking. The secret to these remarkable properties lay in a complex and mysterious production process involving wootz steel, an ultra-high carbon steel originating from India. Wootz steel was produced in small batches using specialized furnaces and carefully controlled heating and cooling cycles. The resulting ingots were then traded across Asia and the Middle East, eventually finding their way to Damascus, where skilled smiths transformed them into legendary blades. The precise methods used to create wootz steel and forge Damascus blades were closely guarded secrets, passed down through generations of artisans. The unique combination of materials and techniques resulted in a metal with a heterogeneous structure, consisting of microscopic carbides arranged in a distinctive pattern. These carbides provided the steel with its exceptional hardness and wear resistance, while the surrounding matrix provided flexibility and toughness. Unfortunately, the art of producing true Damascus steel was lost sometime in the 18th century. The decline of wootz steel production in India, coupled with disruptions in trade routes and the rise of new steelmaking technologies in Europe, led to the gradual disappearance of this ancient craft. Despite numerous attempts by modern metallurgists to replicate Damascus steel, the original methods and materials remain shrouded in mystery. While modern techniques can produce steel with similar patterns and properties, the true essence of Damascus steel and the secrets of its legendary sharpness and flexibility continue to elude researchers. The quest to rediscover the secrets of Damascus steel continues, but next we will look at another relic showing unique technology, the Lycurgus Cup. As modern science explores the mysteries of historical metallurgy, the next major question is how close current technology is to recreating true Damascus steel. Modern metallurgists are deeply engaged in the quest to replicate this legendary metal, employing advanced tools like nanotechnology and electron microscopes to analyze the composition and structure of surviving Damascus blades. These analyses reveal that the unique properties of Damascus steel arise from a complex interplay of factors, including the presence of carbon nanotubes and nanowires, as well as specific trace elements such as vanadium, molybdenum, and chromium. Researchers believe that these elements, combined with the distinctive forging techniques used by ancient smiths, contributed to the steel's exceptional hardness, flexibility, and distinctive wavy patterns. Despite significant advances in materials science, even the best modern attempts to recreate Damascus steel have fallen short of the original. One major challenge lies in replicating the heterogeneous microstructure of the original steel, where microscopic carbides are arranged in intricate patterns. While modern techniques such as powder metallurgy and additive manufacturing can create similar patterns, they often lack the precise control over composition and structure achieved by ancient smiths. Another challenge is the difficulty of replicating the precise forging techniques used to create Damascus blades. Ancient smiths employed a combination of hammering, folding, and quenching techniques that were carefully tailored to the specific properties of the wood steel they were working with. Modern researchers have experimented with various forging methods, but none have been able to perfectly replicate the unique combination of properties found in authentic Damascus steel. Furthermore, the exact composition of the wood steel used to create Damascus blades remains a mystery. While researchers have identified some of the key elements present in wood steel, the precise ratios and concentrations of these elements, as well as the presence of other trace elements, are still unknown. This makes it difficult to recreate the starting material needed to produce true Damascus steel. The fact that modern science cannot fully replicate an ancient process highlights not only just how skilled these artisans of the past that were, but also demonstrates there is much still to discover. Having explored the challenges of recreating Damascus steel, next let's turn our attention to the remarkable Lycurgus Cup, a Roman artifact demonstrating unexpected nanotechnology skills. Transitioning from the steel of Damascus to a different kind of marvel, we unlock the secrets of the Lycurgus Cup, a Roman artifact that showcases an unexpected mastery of nanotechnology. Dating back to the 4th century AD, this glass goblet is no ordinary vessel. It is a visual wonder that changes color depending on the direction of the light shining through it. When lit from the front, it appears jade green, but when illuminated from behind, it glows a vibrant ruby red. This stunning dichroic effect has baffled scientists and historians for centuries, and it was only with the advent of modern nanotechnology that the true nature of its creation was revealed. The secret behind the Lycurgus Cup's unique properties lies in the fact that the Roman artisans who crafted it deliberately embedded tiny particles of gold and silver into the glass. These particles, measuring only about 50 to 100 nanometers in diameter, are so small that they interact with light in a way that is not possible with larger particles. This phenomenon, known as surface plasmon resonance, occurs when light interacts with the electrons in the metal nanoparticles, causing them to oscillate collectively. The specific frequency at which these electrons oscillate depends on the size, shape, and composition of the nanoparticles, as well as the properties of the surrounding medium. By carefully controlling these factors, the Roman artisans were able to tune the optical properties of the glass, creating a material that selectively absorbs and scatters light of different colors. What's even more astonishing is that they achieved this feat without any knowledge of nanotechnology or the underlying physics. The process by which the nanoparticles were added to the glass is still debated, but it likely involved grinding gold and silver into a fine powder and then mixing it with the glass batch before firing. The precise conditions of the firing process would have then influenced the size and shape of the nanoparticles, as well as their distribution within the glass matrix. It is a true testament to the skill and ingenuity of Roman craftsmen that they were able to create such a sophisticated material using only the tools and techniques available to them at the time, paving the way for the unexpected applications of color-changing technology. Exploring the color-changing technology, researchers are now finding innovative ways to apply the principles used in the Lycurgus Cup for modern applications. The manipulation of light at the nanoscale, which the Romans unknowingly mastered, has opened up new possibilities in fields ranging from detecting liquids to improving medical diagnostics. Scientists are recognizing that the Romans essentially stumbled upon the creation of photonic crystals, materials with periodic nanostructures that affect the way light travels through them. Modern applications of this technology benefit a lot from the unexpected mastery of the ancient. One exciting application lies in the development of highly sensitive sensors. By coating a surface with nanoparticles similar to those found in the Lycurgus Cup, scientists can create a material that changes color when it comes into contact with certain substances. This could be used to detect pollutants in water, identify counterfeit drugs, or even diagnose diseases by analyzing changes in blood or urine. The color change provides a visual signal that can be easily detected, even without sophisticated equipment, making it a cost-effective and user-friendly sensing technology. The possibilities with these tech are endless and can change the process of diagnosis in the future. In the realm of medical diagnostics, the principles behind the Lycurgus Cup are being used to develop new imaging techniques. By injecting nanoparticles into the body, doctors could potentially visualize tumors or other abnormalities with greater clarity than is possible with current methods. The nanoparticles can be designed to accumulate selectively in diseased tissue, where they would then scatter light in a unique way, revealing the location and extent of the problem. This approach could lead to earlier and more accurate diagnoses, ultimately improving patient outcomes. Moreover, researchers are exploring the use of these nanoparticles in drug delivery systems. By attaching drugs to the surface of the nanoparticles, it may be possible to target medication directly to cancer cells, minimizing side effects on healthy tissue. The nanoparticles could also be designed to release their payload only when exposed to specific wavelengths of light, providing precise control over drug delivery. It seems like in the future, nanobots are going to be the doctors of human for real. The rediscovery of the Lycurgus Cup's secrets has not only provided insights into ancient Roman craftsmanship, but has also inspired a new generation of scientists and engineers to push the boundaries of nanotechnology. The fact that the Romans were able to create such a sophisticated material without any knowledge of the underlying science is a testament to human ingenuity and creativity. And as we continue to unlock the secrets of the nanoscale world, we may find even more ways to apply these ancient principles to modern challenges. But now let's shift our focus to another groundbreaking invention from the ancient world that might shake your understanding of the technological development in that era. Transitioning from the color-changing marvels of Roman nanotechnology, we now journey eastward to explore an ingenious invention from ancient China, Zhang Heng's earthquake detector from 132 AD. This device, a testament to early seismology, could detect earthquakes from hundreds of miles away. Zhang Heng's invention was not just any ordinary device, it was an elaborate bronze vessel that stood as a symbol of scientific ingenuity. This early seismograph was designed with a sophisticated pendulum technology that allowed it to detect the occurrence and direction of distant earthquakes. The device was adorned with 8 dragon heads strategically positioned around its circumference. Each dragon head held a bronze ball in its mouth, poised and ready to drop. Beneath each dragon head, a corresponding frog sculpture sat with its mouth open, waiting to receive the ball. When an earthquake occurred, even hundreds of miles away, the subtle tremors would trigger the internal pendulum mechanism. This pendulum would then activate the release of the bronze ball from the dragon's mouth that faced the direction of the earthquake. The ball would drop into the mouth of the frog below, creating a sound that alerted observers to the quake's occurrence and pinpointed its direction. This mechanism was a groundbreaking achievement in early earthquake detection and directional indication. The precision of Zhang Heng's device allowed the Chinese to prepare for potential aftershocks or send aid to affected regions with unprecedented speed. It also provided valuable insights into earthquake patterns, helping to advance the understanding of seismic activities. But how effective was it compared to the seismographs that we use today? Let's take a look at its later developments, turning our attention to modern comparisons. It's remarkable to note that Zhang Heng's seismograph predated Western seismographs by approximately 1,700 years. While Europe and the Americas would not develop similar devices until the 19th century, ancient China already possessed a functional seismograph by 132 AD. This demonstrates a significant lead in seismological technology. To truly appreciate the capabilities of Zhang Heng's invention, modern recreations offer compelling evidence. Contemporary scientists and historians have built working models of the seismograph based on historical records. These recreations not only demonstrate the feasibility of the design but also highlight its surprising accuracy. Footage of these recreations often shows the device successfully detecting simulated earthquakes and correctly indicating their direction. The mechanism, although seemingly simple, proves to be remarkably effective in capturing seismic waves. When compared to early 20th century seismographs, Zhang Heng's device holds its own, showcasing a level of sophistication that challenges conventional timelines of scientific advancement. These modern experiments underscore the ingenuity of ancient Chinese scientists and engineers. The fact that a device built nearly 2 millennia ago could achieve comparable results to equipment developed in the early 1900s speaks volumes about the depth of scientific understanding during the Han Dynasty. Having explored how Zhang Heng's seismograph stacks up against modern technology, we now turn our attention to another legendary invention that may have used mirrors to burn ships, the Archimedes' death ray. Moving from earthquake detection to naval warfare, legend tells of a weapon so fearsome it could set ships ablaze from afar, the Archimedes' death ray. The question is, did this solar weapon truly exist, or is it merely a myth amplified through the ages? Ancient accounts, primarily from later historians, describe Archimedes, the brilliant mathematician and inventor of Syracuse, employing a device during the siege of Syracuse in 212 BC. This device, often depicted as an array of mirrors, was said to focus sunlight onto Roman ships, causing them to ignite. While these tales are dramatic, they lack contemporary corroboration, casting doubt on their accuracy. To determine the plausibility of such a weapon, modern scientists at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, conducted experiments. These tests involved students using arrays of mirrors to focus sunlight on stationary wooden ships. Under specific conditions, they found that it was indeed possible to raise the temperature of the target to the point of combustion. However, these conditions required a clear, sunny day, a relatively short distance, and a stable target. The MIT experiments demonstrated that the Archimedes' death ray was theoretically feasible, but practical limitations existed. Factors such as atmospheric conditions, the movement of the ships, and the precision required to maintain focus would have posed significant challenges. While the weapon could have worked under ideal circumstances, its effectiveness in a real battle would likely have been variable and unpredictable. Having considered the potential of the solar weapon, let's examine some potential solar weapon applications. Delving into the potential of solar weaponry, this ancient concept has indeed left its mark on modern technology. the idea of harnessing the sun's energy, once envisioned for warfare, now fuels advancements in solar power research. Scientists and engineers are constantly seeking innovative ways to concentrate solar energy for peaceful purposes, such as generating electricity and powering homes and businesses. The principles behind the Archimedes death ray, focusing sunlight to create intense heat, find an echo in solar concentrators used in power plants today. Instead of igniting enemy ships, these modern devices boil water to produce steam, which in turn drives turbines to generate clean energy. On the military front, the idea of solar-powered weaponry has not been entirely abandoned. Although not in the form of giant mirrors setting ships on fire, the concept of directed energy weapons has gained considerable interest. Lasers powered by concentrated solar energy are being explored for various applications, including missile defense and disabling enemy equipment. These modern iterations are far more sophisticated and precise than the ancient concept, but the underlying principle of harnessing the sun's power remains the same. Beyond the scientific and military applications, the Archimedes death ray has captured the imagination of artists and historians alike. Contemporary artists have created striking reconstructions of how this weapon might have looked in action during the siege of Syracuse. These artistic renderings often depict rows of polished shields or mirrors, reflecting and focusing sunlight onto the Roman fleet, creating a visually stunning and terrifying spectacle. While these reconstructions are based on historical accounts and scientific principles, they also incorporate artistic license, offering a compelling glimpse into the past. Through modern solar power research, military applications, and contemporary artistic interpretations, the legacy of the Archimedes death ray continues to fascinate and inspire. As we transition from discussions of intense heat and mirrors to the more comfortable temperatures of home, we turn our attention to ancient Roman underfloor heating systems. Transitioning from solar power to a different kind of warmth, let's journey into the cozy underbelly of Roman civilization, where engineering ingenuity kept the chill at bay. The 11th item on our list is the Roman hypocaust, a marvel of ancient engineering. The Roman hypocaust was an underfloor heating system used in baths and villas. This sophisticated system was not equaled until the 19th century. Imagine stepping into a Roman bathhouse on a cold winter day, feeling the soothing warmth rising from the floor. This wasn't magic, but the result of ingenious engineering. The hypocaust was a central heating system that circulated warm air beneath the floors and through the walls of buildings. The design involved raising the floor above ground level with pillars, creating a space through which hot air could flow. A furnace, typically located outside the building, would generate the heat. This heat would then be channeled through the underfloor space and up through flues built into the walls, providing even warmth throughout the structure. The system's effectiveness lay in its ability to distribute heat uniformly. By raising the floor, the Romans created a plenum, a space where hot air could spread out and radiate evenly. The wall flues helped to prevent the buildup of stagnant air, ensuring that the heat reached all corners of the room. This sophisticated design allowed the Romans to maintain comfortable temperatures in their homes and public baths, even during the coldest months. Next, we'll see how some of these systems still function even today. Exploring these ancient marvels further, some hypocausts still function today, a testament to Roman engineering. One notable example is found in England's Roman baths in Bath, where the hypocaust system continues to radiate warmth after nearly 2,000 years. The fact that these systems have survived and still operate showcases the durability and effectiveness of Roman construction techniques. When we compare the hypocaust to modern heating systems, several key differences and potential lessons emerge. While modern systems often rely on electricity or gas to generate heat, the hypocaust utilized wood or coal, making it a more sustainable option depending on resource management. Today's systems can also be highly efficient, offering precise temperature control and zoned heating. However, the hypocaust had its own advantages. One of the most significant aspects of the hypocaust is its passive design principles. The system relied on natural convection and radiation to distribute heat, reducing the need for complex machinery or energy inputs. This contrasts with many modern heating systems that require pumps, fans, and electronic controls, all of which consume additional energy. By studying the hypocaust, we can gain insights into creating more sustainable and energy-efficient heating solutions for contemporary buildings. The integration of passive design principles, such as those seen in the hypocaust, could lead to significant reductions in energy consumption and carbon emissions. Modern architects and engineers are increasingly looking to ancient technologies like the hypocaust for inspiration, seeking to combine traditional wisdom with contemporary materials and methods. This approach holds the key to developing heating systems that are not only effective but also environmentally responsible. Next up, let's explore how the Mayans processed rubber long before modern technology. Transitioning from ancient heating to material science, we now turn our attention to the ancient Americas. The 12th item on our list reveals how ancient Mesoamericans discovered a process remarkably similar to vulcanization, a technique that wouldn't be formally recognized in the Western world until Charles Goodyear's work in the 19th century. Around 1600 before Common Era, the Olmecs, Mayans, and Aztecs were already producing durable rubber products, showcasing an impressive understanding of polymer chemistry. Their method involved extracting latex from the Castilla elastica tree, a type of rubber tree native to the region. However, raw latex is sticky and temperature sensitive, making it unsuitable for many applications. To overcome these limitations, the Mesoamericans ingeniously mixed the latex with the juice of the morning glory vine. This vine contains compounds that, when combined with latex, cause it to cross-link, creating a stable and resilient material. This process, akin to vulcanization, transformed the latex into a durable form of rubber that could withstand varying temperatures and resist degradation. The resulting material was used to create a variety of products, including balls for their ritual ball games, sandals for everyday wear, and waterproof fabrics for protection against the elements. The sophistication of this technique is astounding, especially considering it predates modern scientific understanding of polymers by millennia. Archaeological findings across Mesoamerica have confirmed the widespread use of this early form of rubber processing. Rubber balls, some dating back over 3,000 years, have been discovered at various sites, providing tangible evidence of this ancient technology. The balls were not only used in sports but also held significant religious and cultural importance, often featuring in elaborate ceremonies and rituals. Now, let's delve more deeply into the connection between this rubber technology and the famous Mesoamerican ball game. Turning our attention to the cultural impact of this innovation, we see how the development of durable rubber was intrinsically linked to the Mesoamerican ball game, a sport and ritual of profound significance. The game, known as Alamalistli by the Aztecs and pits by the Mayans, was played with a solid rubber ball that varied in size, sometimes reaching considerable weights. Without the advanced rubber processing techniques, creating balls with the necessary bounce, durability, and weight for the game would have been impossible. The use of vulcanized rubber allowed the creation of balls that could withstand the intense physical demands of the game, which involved players using their hips, thighs, and sometimes elbows to propel the ball through stone rings. The game was not merely a sport. It was a deeply religious and political event, often involving human sacrifice and serving as a symbolic reenactment of cosmic struggles. The rubber ball itself was imbued with religious symbolism representing the sun, the moon, or other celestial bodies, depending on the specific culture and context. Modern chemists have indeed confirmed the sophistication of the polymer science employed by these ancient civilizations. Analysis of rubber artifacts from Mesoamerica has revealed the presence of cross-linked polymers, indicating that the Mesoamericans understood and utilized the principles of vulcanization long before they were formally discovered in the Western world. These findings underscore the remarkable ingenuity and scientific knowledge of the Olmecs, Mayans, and Aztecs, challenging our traditional narratives of technological progress. The legacy of this ancient rubber technology extends beyond the ballgame. The ability to create durable, waterproof materials had significant implications for daily life in Mesoamerica, from footwear to clothing to tools. It is a testament to the resourcefulness and adaptability of these societies that they were able to harness the natural resources around them to develop advanced materials that met their needs and enriched their culture. With a rubber bouncing from ancient courts to modern laboratories, we shift focus to another material marvel, Damascus Steel, forged in the medieval Middle East. The 13th item on our list of baffling inventions transports us to the Viking Age, where we explore the legendary Ulfbert swords. These 9th century Norse weapons were crafted from crucible steel, possessing a purity unmatched until the Industrial Revolution centuries later. The mystery surrounding their origin and the reasons for their exceptional quality compared to other European swords of the time makes them a fascinating subject of study. Unlike their contemporaries, the Ulfbert swords were not simply forged from iron. They were made from crucible steel, a high-carbon steel known for its strength and flexibility. The process of creating crucible steel involved melting iron with carbon in a crucible, resulting in a metal with far fewer impurities than traditional methods. This resulted in blades that were not only sharper but also significantly more durable and less prone to shattering in battle. The level of skill and technology required to produce such high-quality steel was rare in Europe at the time, adding to the mystique surrounding these weapons. The superiority of the Ulfbert swords was evident in their performance. Accounts from battles and archaeological findings show that these swords could slice through other blades with relative ease, giving Viking warriors a distinct advantage. The combination of strength and flexibility meant that the swords could withstand tremendous stress without breaking, making them highly prized possessions. Their value extended beyond mere weaponry. Owning an Ulfbert sword was a status symbol, indicating wealth, skill, and power. Despite their clear advantages, the precise origin of the Ulfbert swords remains a topic of debate among historians and archaeologists. The name Ulfbert is believed to be a Frankish personal name, possibly a swordsmith or a monastery where the swords were produced. However, the technology required to create such high-quality steel was not commonly found in Francia at the time, leading to speculation about trade routes and interactions with other cultures. The distribution of Ulfbert swords also adds to the mystery. While most have been found in Scandinavia, examples have also been discovered in other parts of Europe, suggesting a network of trade or distribution that spanned a wide geographical area. The limited number of these swords compared to more common iron weapons indicates that their production was tightly controlled or that the knowledge required to create them was closely guarded. The puzzle of the Ulfbert swords deepens as we consider the sources of the raw materials. High-quality iron ore and the specific methods of carburization needed to produce crucible steel were not readily available in all parts of Europe. This has led to theories about Viking trade networks extending as far as the Middle East or Central Asia, where similar steelmaking technologies were more advanced. The journey to understanding these swords leads us to the next section, where we will investigate the trade route mystery. Turning our attention to the origins of this advanced metal, we explore the trade route mystery surrounding the Ulfbert swords. How did Norse smiths, seemingly isolated in their northern lands, gain access to the technology and materials needed to produce such high-quality steel? The most plausible explanation lies in extensive trade networks connecting the Viking world with the Islamic world, a region far more advanced in metallurgy at the time. During the Dark Ages, the Islamic world was a hub of scientific and technological innovation, excelling in various fields, including steel production. Cities like Damascus were renowned for their steel, which was highly sought after for its superior quality. It is believed that the Vikings, through their extensive trading and raiding activities, came into contact with Islamic merchants and craftsmen, acquiring both the raw materials and the knowledge needed to create crucible steel. One compelling piece of evidence supporting this theory comes from metallurgical analysis of the Ulfbert swords. These analyses have revealed that the steel used in the swords contains trace elements and a unique composition that is consistent with steel produced in the Middle East and Central Asia. The presence of specific impurities and the ratio of carbon to other elements in the steel strongly suggest that the raw materials or even partially finished steel were imported from these regions. Furthermore, the design and construction of the Ulfbert swords also point to Islamic influences. The blade patterns and the techniques used to forge the swords show similarities to those employed by Islamic swordsmiths. This suggests not only the import of materials but also the exchange of knowledge and skills between Viking and Islamic artisans. The Vikings may have either hired Islamic smiths to work in Scandinavia or learn the techniques themselves through apprenticeship or observation. The durability of the Ulfbert swords, as revealed by metallurgical testing, is another testament to the advanced technology employed in their creation. The swords have been subjected to various stress tests, including bending, twisting, and impact tests, which have shown that they can withstand forces far greater than those that would break ordinary iron swords. This exceptional durability is attributed to the precise control of the carbon content and the skillful forging techniques used to create the blades. Yet the mystery is not fully solved. The limited number of Ulfbert swords found, coupled with their wide geographical distribution, suggests that the production of these weapons was not a widespread practice. It is possible that only a few Viking smiths had access to the necessary materials and knowledge, or that the process was kept secret to maintain a competitive advantage. As we continue our journey through the baffling inventions of the Dark Ages, next we'll turn our attention to the Lycurgus Cup, a Roman nanotechnology marvel that changes color under different lighting. Switching gears to a completely different enigma, we arrive at the Phaistos disk. This peculiar artifact, dating back to the 2nd millennium before Christ, was discovered on the island of Crete and has puzzled archaeologists and linguists for over a century. It is a flat, circular disc made of baked clay, measuring about 6 inches in diameter, and is covered on both sides with a spiral of stamped symbols. What makes this disc so baffling is that the symbols are unlike any known writing system from that period and have defied all attempts at decipherment. One of the primary theories surrounding the Phaistos disk is that it is a religious artifact. The symbols, some of which depict human figures, animals, and objects, could be related to religious rituals or myths of the Minoan civilization, which flourished on Crete during the Bronze Age. According to this theory, the disc may have been used as a votive offering, a ritual object, or a commemorative record of religious events. The spiral arrangement of the symbols could represent a sacred journey or a cyclical pattern of religious significance. Another compelling theory positions the Phaistos disk as an early form of movable type printing. Each of the disk's symbols was individually stamped into the clay before firing, suggesting a method of production similar to that used by Johannes Gutenberg centuries later. If this theory holds true, the Phaistos disk would represent the earliest known example of movable type printing, predating Gutenberg by over 3,000 years. The disk could have been used to produce multiple copies of a text, making information more accessible and marking a significant milestone in the history of communication. A third theory suggests that the Phaistos disk is a record of a specific historical event or a legal document. The symbols could represent people, places, and objects involved in a particular event, such as a treaty, a marriage agreement, or a property transaction. According to this theory, the disk may have served as a form of public record, ensuring that important information was preserved and accessible to those who could interpret the symbols. The spiral arrangement of the symbols could represent the sequential unfolding of events or the logical progression of a legal argument. The uniqueness of the Phaistos disk's writing system has led some researchers to propose that it represents a completely isolated invention, unrelated to any other known script. This theory suggests that the disk was created by a single individual or a small group of people who developed their own unique system of communication. The symbols may have been designed to convey specific meanings known only to the creators, making decipherment extremely difficult. The lack of comparable artifacts and the limited scope of the writing system add to the mystery and intrigue surrounding the disk. Now, with a tantalizing glimpse into forgotten communication, let's ponder the implications of this mysterious disk on the development of printing. Delving deeper into the enigma of the Phaistos disk, we now address a prominent theory. The printing controversy highlights how this artifact suggests movable type may have been invented and forgotten long before Gutenberg. The notion that the Phaistos disk represents an early form of movable type printing is indeed provocative, and if proven correct, would revolutionize our understanding of the history of communication technology. It poses the question, could a sophisticated printing technique have emerged and then vanished millennia before its supposed reinvention in Europe? Comparisons between its symbols and other ancient Mediterranean writing systems reveal both similarities and stark differences. Some researchers have drawn parallels between the Phaistos disk symbols and those found in Linear A and Linear B, two scripts used by the Minoan and Mycenaean civilizations, respectively. However, these similarities are superficial, as the Phaistos disk symbols are far more pictorial and stylized than the more abstract characters of Linear A and B. Moreover, Linear A and B were syllabic scripts where each symbol represented a syllable, while the Phaistos disk symbols appear to represent entire words or concepts, similar to hieroglyphic writing. Other comparisons have been made to Egyptian hieroglyphs and other ancient Near Eastern writing systems, but again, the connections are tenuous. While some symbols bear a resemblance to specific hieroglyphs or cuneiform characters, the overall structure and organization of the Phaistos disk writing system are unique. The spiral arrangement of the symbols and the use of individual stamps suggest a distinct approach to writing that sets it apart from other contemporary scripts. The implications of a movable type printing system existing in the Bronze Age are immense. It would mean that the Minoan civilization, or another unknown culture, possessed a level of technological sophistication far beyond what was previously imagined. Movable type printing would have allowed for the mass production of texts, potentially democratizing access to information and transforming the way knowledge was disseminated. However, the fact that no other examples of movable type printing have been found from this period raises questions about the technology's widespread adoption and its eventual disappearance. It is possible that the Phaistos disk represents a short-lived experiment that never caught on, or that the technology was lost due to some cataclysmic event or cultural shift. The printing controversy surrounding the Phaistos disk continues to fuel debate and research, challenging our assumptions about the timeline of technological innovation. As we continue to explore forgotten technologies, we will now examine the Nimrod lens, an artifact that may offer insights into ancient optical advancements. Turning our attention to another intriguing artifact, we find ourselves peering through the mists of time at the Nimrod lens, potentially the world's oldest optical lens, dating back to the 8th century before Christ. This unassuming piece of rock crystal, unearthed in present-day Iraq, has ignited debate among historians and archaeologists alike. Was it merely a decorative object, or did it serve a more profound purpose? At first glance, the Nimrod lens appears as a roughly oval piece of polished rock crystal, about 4 centimeters in diameter. Its convex shape immediately suggests its potential use as a lens, capable of magnifying objects or focusing light. However, the lack of any supporting evidence or context has led to various competing theories regarding its true function. One popular hypothesis is that the Nimrod lens was used for magnification. Ancient Assyrian craftsmen were renowned for their intricate work, particularly in the creation of cylinder seals and fine jewelry. It is conceivable that the lens aided these artisans in their delicate tasks, allowing them to see minute details with greater clarity. Another theory posits that the lens was employed for fire starting. By focusing sunlight through the crystal, it may have been possible to generate enough heat to ignite tinder, providing a convenient and reliable method for creating fire. This would have been particularly valuable in a region where other fire-starting methods, such as friction-based techniques, could be challenging. Perhaps the most intriguing suggestion is that the Nimrod lens played a role in astronomical observation. The Assyrians were keen astronomers, meticulously charting the movements of the stars and planets. If the lens were part of a telescope, it could have enabled them to observe celestial phenomena with greater precision, potentially leading to new discoveries about the cosmos. As we continue our exploration, we'll now consider how the precise shape of the Nimrod lens might reveal a deeper understanding of light refraction in ancient times. Stepping further into the realm of speculation, let's explore how this lens's precise shape suggests an advanced understanding of light refraction. The craftsmanship required to grind and polish rock crystal into a lens with such a specific curvature indicates a deliberate attempt to manipulate light. Whether the Assyrians fully grasped the underlying physics is unknown, but their ability to produce this optic suggests a level of practical knowledge that is truly remarkable for the time. Expanding the exploration, we must ask the pressing question of whether Assyrian astronomers could have used it to observe celestial phenomena invisible to the naked eye. While the Nimrod lens is not powerful enough to function as a modern telescope, it could have enhanced the visibility of certain celestial objects. Perhaps it allowed astronomers to discern fainter stars, observe subtle details on the moon, or track the movements of planets with greater accuracy. Consider that even a slight improvement in observational capabilities could have had a profound impact on Assyrian astronomy and cosmology. The ability to see just a little bit further or a bit more clearly could have led to new insights about the nature of the universe and our place within it. These advancements could have impacted their calendar system, agricultural practices, and religious beliefs. Though the exact purpose of the Nimrod lens remains an enigma, its existence challenges our assumptions about the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. It serves as a potent reminder that history is full of surprises, and that ancient peoples were often far more ingenious and resourceful than we give them credit for. Having considered the potential of the Nimrod lens, we now turn our attention to another puzzling artifact, raising questions about its intended function, the Roman dodecahedrons. Transitioning our focus to a different type of ancient enigma, we find ourselves pondering the purpose of the Roman dodecahedrons. These are enigmatic artifacts that have been unearthed across Europe, leaving archaeologists and historians scratching their heads for centuries. These objects, typically made of bronze but sometimes also of stone, are hollow and display a distinctive 12-sided shape. Each face is a pentagon, and each pentagon has a circular hole in the center, varying in size. Their sizes also vary, ranging from about 4 centimeters to 11 centimeters in diameter. The mystery deepens because no two are exactly alike, and they are found in a variety of sizes and materials. Exploring the theories surrounding these perplexing objects, we find a range of suggestions, each as intriguing as the next. One proposition suggests they were knitting devices, perhaps used to create gloves or socks. The idea is that the different-sized holes could have been used to produce a variety of knot sizes. While it is an interesting idea, there is little supporting evidence. Another theory positions the dodecahedrons as astronomical calculators. According to this explanation, the different-sized holes were used to measure angles or positions of stars, aiding in agricultural planning or religious ceremonies. However, the lack of any markings or scales on the objects makes this a difficult theory to prove conclusively. Yet another proposal is that these objects served as religious artifacts. Some believe they may have been used in rituals or ceremonies, perhaps as part of a divination process or as symbols of a particular cult. The fact that many have been found in graves or near temples lends some support to this idea, though the specific nature of their religious significance remains obscure. Having presented these diverse theories, the next part of our investigation involves modern reconstructions, where hobbyists and historians are actively trying to determine their use through practical experiments. Turning to the practical side, hobbyists and historians have embarked on a series of modern reconstructions aimed at unlocking the secrets of the Roman dodecahedrons through hands-on experimentation. These efforts often involve creating exact replicas of the dodecahedrons using materials and techniques that would have been available during the Roman era. By manipulating these replicas, researchers hope to reverse engineer the original purpose of these objects. One line of experimentation involves using the dodecahedrons as potential measuring tools. Some researchers have hypothesized that they could have been used to measure distances, angles, or even as surveying instruments. By testing these theories in real-world scenarios, experimenters can assess the accuracy and practicality of such uses. For example, some have attempted to use the varying hole sizes to measure the angles of sunlight at different times of the year, exploring their potential as rudimentary calendars or astronomical devices. Others have explored the possibility of the dodecahedrons being used in crafting or manufacturing processes. By inserting threads or cords through the different-sized holes, experimenters attempt to determine if they could have been used to create specific types of knots or weaves. The precision required for such tasks is carefully evaluated to see if the dodecahedrons offer any practical advantage over other known Roman tools. Despite these dedicated efforts, the Roman dodecahedrons remain one of archaeology's most puzzling mysteries. No definitive evidence has emerged to support any single theory conclusively. The lack of written records or comparable artifacts only deepens the enigma. The enduring mystery surrounding these objects underscores how much we still have to learn about the daily lives, technologies, and beliefs of people in the Roman world. The persistent questions regarding their function serve as a reminder of the limits of our understanding of ancient civilizations. As the debate continues, archaeological discoveries may bring more insight into these mysterious objects. Transitioning now to the battlefield, let's explore an incendiary innovation from the East. The Song dynasty of China around the 10th century developed sophisticated flamethrowers that could project continuous streams of fire, marking a significant advancement in ancient warfare technology. These were not simple torches or fire pots. They were complex piston-pump devices capable of spraying flames over considerable distances. The construction of these flamethrowers involved a double piston syringe arrangement that facilitated the expulsion of flammable substances. The primary fuel used was naphtha, a light, volatile hydrocarbon liquid similar to gasoline. This was mixed with gunpowder, enhancing its combustibility and the intensity of the flames produced. The device featured a horizontal brass cylinder, where the naphtha was ignited by a slow-burning match before being forced out through a nozzle via the piston mechanism. These flamethrowers were particularly effective in naval warfare. During the Song dynasty, China faced numerous maritime threats, and these devices provided a decisive advantage. Imagine a warship approaching a fleet of enemy vessels, suddenly unleashing a torrent of fire that engulfs the sails and decks of opposing ships. The psychological impact, coupled with the destructive force of the flames, often routed enemy forces. Historical texts recount instances where entire fleets were decimated by these early flamethrowers, securing critical victories for the Song dynasty. Beyond naval engagements, these flamethrowers were also employed in siege warfare, directing flames at fortifications and enemy combatants alike. The continuous stream of fire was difficult to extinguish, making it a terrifying weapon against both structures and personnel. The Chinese flamethrowers represent a fascinating intersection of ingenuity and the grim realities of ancient combat, showcasing how technological innovation could dramatically alter military tactics. With fire as their ally, the Song dynasty continued to evolve their deadly technology, leading to even more devastating implements of war. Delving deeper into the evolution of these early flamethrowers, it's clear they served as a crucial stepping stone toward the development of more advanced gunpowder weaponry. The initial application of naphtha-fueled fire streams paved the way for experimenting with more potent explosive mixtures. As Chinese alchemists and engineers tinkered with formulations, they gradually increased the proportion of gunpowder in their incendiary concoctions. The progression from flamethrowers to gunpowder weapons was not immediate but incremental. Early adaptations included attaching small packets of gunpowder to arrows or spears, which, when ignited, added an explosive element to their impact. These were essentially enhanced projectiles designed to inflict more damage upon contact. However, the true breakthrough came with the realization that gunpowder could be used not merely as an additive but as the primary propellant. Medieval Chinese military manuals, such as the Wujing Zongyao, or Collection of the Most Important Military Techniques, offer invaluable insights into these technological advancements. These manuals contain detailed illustrations of various weaponry, including early flamethrowers and prototypes of gunpowder-based devices. The diagrams reveal intricate mechanical designs, showcasing the level of sophistication achieved by Chinese engineers during this period. One notable example is the depiction of early gunpowder bombs, which were essentially cast iron or ceramic containers filled with gunpowder and ignited by a fuse. These bombs were hurled at enemy fortifications or troops, causing significant damage and chaos upon detonation. Over time, these evolved into more refined explosive devices, including grenades and early forms of cannons. Such illustrations from period manuals provide tangible evidence of the ingenuity and experimentation that characterized the evolution of Chinese military technology. Looking at these historical records, we can see a clear trajectory leading from the relatively simple flamethrowers to the complex gunpowder weapons that would eventually dominate battlefields worldwide. The Chinese flamethrowers, therefore, represent an essential chapter in the narrative of military innovation. As we transition from fire to navigation, watch as the Vikings set sail with their own innovative technology. Transitioning from the flames of ancient weaponry to the vastness of the open sea, we turn our attention now to a navigational marvel attributed to the Vikings. The Viking sun compass was not a compass in the modern magnetic sense, but a sophisticated instrument that allowed Norse seafarers to navigate across the ocean by observing the sun's position. This ingenious device was typically a wooden disc, meticulously carved with a central gnomon which cast a shadow. Around the edge of the disc were carved lines or markings, each corresponding to different times of the day or specific bearings. By observing the length and direction of the shadow cast by the gnomon, a skilled navigator could determine their heading and maintain a course even on cloudy days. What made the Viking sun compass particularly remarkable was its ability to account for the changing angle of the sun throughout the year. The Vikings understood that the sun's position in the sky varied depending on the season, and they incorporated this knowledge into the design of their compasses. The carved lines on the disc were adjusted to compensate for these seasonal variations, allowing for accurate navigation regardless of the time of year. This level of understanding was quite advanced, particularly considering that the formal mathematical understanding of these solar phenomena didn't emerge until the Renaissance. The Viking sun compass stands as a testament to the Vikings' deep understanding of the natural world and their exceptional navigational skills. But how did this device help them navigate in the freezing temperatures of the Arctic? Building on the ingenuity of the Viking sun compass, we now consider its role in one of history's most intriguing questions. How did Vikings navigate to North America centuries before Columbus? While the sun compass provided a solid foundation for oceanic navigation, some argue it was indispensable for Arctic exploration, where conditions often obscure traditional celestial cues. The significance of the Viking sun compass in Arctic navigation lies in its ability to function under challenging environmental conditions. In the Arctic, fog, snow, and prolonged periods of daylight or darkness make traditional navigation methods, such as observing stars, unreliable. The sun compass, however, could still provide directional information as long as there was some visibility of the sun, even if it was just a faint glimmer through the clouds. This feature would have been particularly valuable when sailing through the often treacherous waters around Greenland and other Arctic regions. Indeed, tangible evidence supporting this claim has emerged from archaeological sites in Greenland. Fragments of what are believed to be sun compasses have been discovered in former Viking settlements. These finds are critical because they suggest that Vikings not only possessed these navigational tools, but also used them extensively in the very areas that would have required such sophisticated technology. These archaeological discoveries provide direct material evidence of the Vikings' presence and activities in the Arctic, strengthening the argument that devices like the sun compass were essential for their voyages. These fragments, though small, bear markings and designs consistent with known sun compasses, further substantiating their identification. This indicates that Vikings were actively using advanced tools to navigate these routes and confirms their capacity to explore and colonize regions far beyond their Scandinavian homelands. The ongoing exploration of Viking navigational skills continues to evolve as researchers uncover new insights into their journeys. Next, we'll explore another navigational tool with unique capabilities, the Roman portable sundials. Turning from seafaring to more earthly matters, we shift our focus to the remarkable advancements in ancient medicine with the Roman surgical tools. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, which buried Pompeii and Herculaneum, paradoxically preserved a wealth of artifacts, including a collection of surgical instruments that have astonished modern medical historians. These tools, crafted with precision and a clear understanding of surgical principles, challenge common perceptions of medical capabilities in the ancient world. The array of instruments discovered at sites like the House of the Surgeon in Pompeii is truly impressive. One finds bone drills which allowed ancient surgeons to perform delicate cranial procedures with surprising accuracy. Speculums, designed to provide a clear view during internal examinations, and forceps, used for grasping and manipulating tissues, are also present among the findings. These tools are not crude or rudimentary. Rather, they reflect a sophisticated level of understanding of anatomy and surgical technique. What is particularly striking about these Roman surgical tools is their resemblance to modern design. The functionality and ergonomics of many instruments are virtually unchanged today, indicating that the fundamental principles of surgery have remained consistent over millennia. This convergence speaks volumes about the Romans' advanced medical knowledge and their ability to translate theoretical understanding into practical tools that could be effectively used in complex medical procedures. Moreover, the quality of the materials and craftsmanship of these instruments demonstrates that Roman surgeons were highly skilled professionals. The tools were typically made from bronze, iron, and sometimes silver, each chosen for its durability and suitability for specific tasks. The handles are often carefully shaped for a comfortable grip, and cutting edges are honed to a razor sharpness, underscoring the precision with which these tools were manufactured. The existence of such sophisticated surgical tools provides compelling evidence that the Romans possessed a deep understanding of medical science, allowing them to perform complex operations and treat a wide range of conditions with considerable skill. The preservation of these instruments offers a unique window into the world of ancient medicine and reveals a level of sophistication that is often underestimated. Having examined the precision of Roman surgical instruments, we now turn to explore how these tools were put to use in ancient surgical techniques. Moving beyond the tools themselves, it's important to discuss the knowledge that guided their use. Roman medical texts, primarily those authored by figures like Celsus and Galen, provide detailed accounts of surgical procedures performed during that era. These writings offer invaluable insights into the techniques employed, illustrating a level of medical sophistication that might surprise many. The first surgical technique is cataract surgery. It was a procedure that Roman physicians tackled with remarkable skill, given the technological limitations of the time. Celsus, in his medical compendium, De Medicina, describes a method known as couching, where a needle-like instrument was used to dislodge the clouded lens from the field of vision, pushing it to the bottom of the eye. While this didn't remove the cataract, it allowed light to enter and partially restore sight. The success of this procedure depended greatly on the surgeon's skill and precision, as any error could lead to infection, bleeding, or permanent blindness. In addition to cataract surgery, Roman medical texts also mention the performance of cesarean sections, though these were typically performed posthumously on women who had died during childbirth in an attempt to save the child. There is little evidence to suggest that cesarean sections were commonly performed on living women, due to the high risk of maternal mortality without modern anesthesia and antiseptic techniques. The texts detail the methods used to make incisions and extract the infant, reflecting a practical understanding of obstetrics even if the procedures were fraught with danger. Comparing the success rates of these procedures to those of early modern medicine provides an interesting perspective on the evolution of medical science. While Roman surgeons demonstrated impressive skill and knowledge, their success was often limited by the lack of understanding of germ theory, anesthesia, and antibiotics. Infections were a major cause of post-operative mortality, and pain management was rudimentary at best. In contrast, early modern medicine, even before the advent of advanced surgical techniques, had the advantage of antiseptic practices and later anesthesia, which significantly improved patient outcomes. Despite these limitations, the fact that Roman surgeons attempted and sometimes succeeded in performing complex procedures like cataract surgery and cesarean sections is a testament to their ingenuity and dedication. Their knowledge, preserved in medical texts and exemplified by their surgical tools, provides a valuable glimpse into the medical landscape of the ancient world, highlighting both its achievements and its constraints. Having considered the surgical skills of the Romans, our investigation now turns east to examine the sophisticated earthquake detection systems developed in ancient China. Transitioning from the surgical theaters of Rome to the scientific ingenuity of ancient China, let's examine Zhang Heng's other invention, the seismometer. This device was more than just an instrument for detecting earthquakes. It represented an early attempt to understand and even predict seismic activity, a feat that captivated the ancient world and continues to intrigue scientists today. At the heart of Zhang Heng's seismometer was a sophisticated system of weighted balls and delicate mechanisms. This ingenious design was housed within a large bronze vessel, adorned with 8 dragon heads positioned around its circumference. Each dragon held a small ball in its mouth, poised above a corresponding frog figure placed at the base of the vessel. When an earthquake occurred, even hundreds of miles away, the seismic waves would cause the internal pendulum to sway. This movement triggered the release mechanism, causing one of the balls to drop from a dragon's mouth into the waiting frog's mouth below. The direction from which the ball fell would indicate the direction of the earthquake's origin. This was crucial in a time when communication was slow and understanding of geological phenomena was limited. The device's sensitivity and directional accuracy allowed authorities to respond more effectively to natural disasters, providing timely aid and resources to affected regions. Theoretically, the design of Zhang Heng's seismometer suggested the possibility of predicting earthquakes. By carefully observing the frequency and intensity of the internal pendulum's movements, it might have been possible to anticipate seismic events before they struck. However, the predictive capabilities of the device remain a topic of debate among historians and seismologists. While it undoubtedly provided valuable information about the occurrence and direction of earthquakes, whether it could truly forecast them is less certain. With the mechanics of earthquake detection now clarified, we should consider the possibilities of whether the device actually had predictive capabilities or was purely responsive. Turning our attention to the predictive capabilities of the seismometer, we must ask, could this ancient device truly foresee earthquakes, or was it solely a sophisticated indicator of events already in motion? Historical accounts suggest that Zhang Heng believed his seismometer could offer early warnings, allowing communities to prepare for impending tremors. However, separating fact from aspiration requires careful examination of both the historical context and the scientific principles at play. Modern seismology recognizes that earthquake prediction is an incredibly complex endeavor, fraught with challenges that even today's most advanced technologies struggle to overcome. The Earth's crust is a dynamic and unpredictable system, and the subtle precursors that might signal an impending quake are often masked by background noise and other geological processes. Despite these difficulties, the question of whether earthquake prediction is possible through mechanical means remains a topic of ongoing research. Some scientists have explored the idea of using changes in groundwater levels, electromagnetic signals, or even animal behavior as potential indicators of seismic activity. While these approaches have shown some promise in specific cases, they have yet to yield a reliable and universally applicable prediction method. The challenge lies in identifying consistent and unambiguous signals that consistently precede earthquakes, while also filtering out false positives caused by other factors. Intriguingly, some researchers have revisited Zhang Heng's seismometer, using modern engineering techniques to analyze its design and assess its potential predictive capabilities. These studies suggest that the device's sensitivity to subtle ground movements may have allowed it to detect early tremors or foreshocks that could indicate an impending larger earthquake. However, it is important to note that these are theoretical assessments, and there is no definitive evidence that the seismometer was actually used to predict earthquakes in ancient China. The legacy of Zhang Heng's seismometer lies not only in its ingenuity as an earthquake detection device, but also in its embodiment of humanity's enduring quest to understand and predict the natural world. As we transition into our next topic, we will explore another ancient invention that sought to harness the power of nature, the Archimedes' death ray. Turning our attention from seismological devices to the darker arts of warfare, we confront a grim chapter in ancient military history, the Carthaginian silent death. This section delves into accounts of Hannibal, the famed Carthaginian general, employing tactics that, by modern standards, would be considered acts of chemical warfare. Specifically, we will explore the alleged use of venom-tipped arrows and the poisoning of wells, examining both historical narratives and the archaeological evidence that supports or refutes these claims. Hannibal Barca, a name synonymous with military genius and daring campaigns during the Second Punic War, is often credited with innovative yet ruthless strategies. Among these, the use of venom-tipped arrows stands out for its sheer horror. Historical texts describe Carthaginian archers coating their arrowheads with potent toxins derived from plants or animals to inflict debilitating wounds on their Roman adversaries. A minor scratch could quickly turn deadly as the venom entered the bloodstream, causing paralysis, organ failure, or excruciating pain. While these accounts are compelling, corroborating archaeological evidence remains elusive. Toxins degrade over time, making detection incredibly challenging. Furthermore, distinguishing between naturally occurring diseases and deliberate poisoning is a complex task for archaeologists. The poisoning of wells, another tactic attributed to Hannibal and his forces, presents a similar challenge. Depriving an enemy of clean water is a strategy as old as warfare itself, but using toxins to contaminate water sources elevates the act to a new level of depravity. Accounts suggest that Carthaginian soldiers would dump poisonous substances such as hellebore or mandrake root into wells to incapacitate or kill their enemies. Again, direct archaeological evidence is scarce, as identifying specific toxins in ancient water sources is fraught with difficulties. The presence of certain chemicals could be attributed to natural geological processes or other forms of contamination. Despite the evidentiary hurdles, the historical narratives surrounding the Carthaginian silent death offer a chilling glimpse into the darker side of ancient warfare. While definitive proof may remain elusive, the possibility that Hannibal and his forces employed venom-tipped arrows and poisoned wells cannot be dismissed outright. As we continue our exploration of ancient weaponry, we will examine another early use of toxins in warfare, from snake venom to contaminated water supplies. Expanding our grim exploration of ancient warfare, let's consider other early uses of toxins, notably snake venom and deliberately contaminated water supplies. Beyond the specific allegations against Hannibal, history is rife with examples of combatants seeking an advantage through biological or chemical means. The use of snake venom, for instance, appears in various accounts across different cultures. Warriors would dip their arrowheads or spear tips in venom, turning even minor wounds into potentially fatal events. This tactic was particularly effective in regions where highly venomous snakes were common, providing a readily available source of poison. Contaminating water supplies represents another insidious strategy employed throughout history. Unlike venom-tipped weapons which target individual combatants, poisoning water sources could inflict mass casualties, devastating entire populations. Evidence suggests that armies would dump animal carcasses, human remains, or toxic plants into wells and reservoirs, rendering the water undrinkable and spreading disease. Such acts not only weakened the enemy's fighting force, but also undermined their morale and capacity to sustain themselves. When we reflect upon the history of toxins in battle, it's sobering to compare these early practices to modern chemical weapons conventions. International agreements such as the Chemical Weapons Convention aim to prohibit the development, production, stockpiling, and use of chemical weapons. These conventions reflect a global consensus that certain forms of warfare are simply too inhumane to be tolerated. Yet, the specter of chemical warfare remains a persistent threat, highlighting the ongoing tension between technological advancement and ethical considerations. While ancient armies relied on natural toxins and unsophisticated methods of delivery, modern chemical weapons can unleash destruction on an unprecedented scale. Having explored the history and implications of ancient toxins in battle, we turn our attention from poisons to the naval front. Next, we will explore the Byzantine flamethrower ships. Transitioning from the realm of poisons, let's set sail into the heart of naval warfare. The Byzantine flamethrower ships stand as a testament to medieval ingenuity and martial prowess. These warships, heavily armed and strategically deployed, featured pressurized nozzles that unleashed continuous streams of Greek fire, a legendary incendiary weapon. The tactical implications of these ships were far-reaching, especially in the defense of Constantinople against Arab fleets. These Byzantine vessels, known as dromons, were more than just ships. They were floating fortresses capable of projecting a terrifying stream of fire onto enemy vessels. The Greek fire, a closely guarded secret, was a highly flammable compound that continued to burn even on water. This made it an ideal weapon for naval engagements, capable of setting enemy ships ablaze and sowing chaos among their ranks. The pressurized nozzles allowed the Byzantines to direct the fire with accuracy, maximizing its destructive potential. In the defense of Constantinople, these flamethrower ships played a pivotal role. The city, strategically located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, was a prized target for various invading forces, including the Arab fleets. During sieges, the Byzantine navy would deploy these specialized ships to break enemy formations and disrupt their siege operations. The mere sight of these vessels spewing forth their fiery payload often instilled fear and disarray among the attacking forces. The tactical advantage offered by the Byzantine flamethrower ships cannot be overstated. They allowed a smaller, more agile fleet to effectively counter larger, more numerous enemy forces. By targeting enemy ships with Greek fire, the Byzantines could quickly cripple their naval capabilities, turning the tide of battle in their favor. These ships were not just instruments of war, they were symbols of Byzantine resilience and technological innovation. As we move from flame-spewing ships, it is crucial to analyze how these weapons dramatically altered the dynamics of Mediterranean naval combat for centuries. Stepping back from the individual ships, let's explore the broader impact of these flamethrower vessels. The innovation of Greek fire, combined with Byzantine engineering, led to a naval warfare revolution that reverberated across the Mediterranean for centuries. These ships weren't merely weapons, they were catalysts that reshaped naval strategy, ship design, and even maritime geopolitics. The introduction of Greek fire fundamentally altered naval combat tactics. Before its advent, naval battles often involved ramming, boarding actions, and close-quarters fighting. Greek fire rendered these tactics obsolete, as a single well-aimed burst could disable or destroy an enemy vessel from a distance. This necessitated the development of new defensive measures, such as fire-resistant coatings and specialized firefighting crews. The Byzantine flamethrower ships also influenced the design of warships. Recognizing the effectiveness of these vessels, other Mediterranean powers sought to develop their own versions. This led to experimentation with different propulsion systems, hull designs, and fire delivery mechanisms. While the secret of Greek fire remained largely exclusive to the Byzantines, their innovations inspired a wave of technological advancements in naval engineering. Furthermore, the strategic deployment of flamethrower ships allowed the Byzantine Empire to maintain its dominance over the Mediterranean. By controlling key waterways and projecting naval power, the Byzantines were able to safeguard their trade routes, protect their coastal territories, and exert influence over neighboring states. The flamethrower ships became symbols of Byzantine power, deterring potential aggressors and ensuring the empire's maritime supremacy. Diagrams of these ships reveal the complexity of their pump systems. These diagrams show networks of pipes, bellows, and pressure chambers that propelled the Greek fire with considerable force and accuracy. The crews who operated these systems were highly trained and skilled, requiring expertise in both engineering and combat. Protective measures for the crews included fire-resistant clothing, shields, and specialized equipment for extinguishing accidental fires. Despite these precautions, operating a flamethrower ship was a perilous task, with the risk of explosions, burns, and enemy counterattacks ever present. The bravery and skill of these Byzantine sailors were essential to the success of their naval campaigns. Now, shifting our focus away from naval strategies, let us explore how the clever cooling systems of ancient Persia provided respite from the desert heat. Transitioning from naval innovation to architectural ingenuity, we now turn our attention to the remarkable cooling systems of ancient Persia. Around 400 before Christ, the Persians ingeniously mastered the art of preserving ice in scorching desert environments, giving rise to what they called yakhchuls. These were not merely ice houses, they were sophisticated feats of engineering designed to maintain frigid temperatures year-round. Yachtals were dome-shaped structures, often built with a blend of readily available materials such as mud, clay, and occasionally brick. What set them apart was their exceptional insulation. The thick walls, sometimes several feet in width, minimized heat transfer from the outside. This was achieved through a combination of the materials used and a layering technique that trapped air pockets, acting as a natural barrier against the desert sun. Key to the yachtal's cooling efficiency was its underground storage system. A significant portion of the structure was built below ground level, taking advantage of the Earth's natural insulation. At a certain depth, the ground maintains a relatively constant and cool temperature, which helped to keep the stored ice from melting. Additionally, many yachtals were equipped with ventilation systems that promoted air circulation. These systems often included strategically placed openings that allowed cool air to enter from below and warm air to escape from the top. The process of ice production and storage was also a marvel of ingenuity. During the winter months, the Persians channeled water from nearby sources into shallow pools or canals. As the water froze overnight, the ice that formed was carefully harvested and transported to the yachtals. This ice was then stored in layers, often packed with insulating materials like straw or sawdust, to prevent it from melting during the warmer months. Not only did yachtals provide a source of ice for cooling drinks and preserving food, they also played a significant role in Persian culture and society. They offered respite from the heat, facilitated trade, and contributed to the overall comfort and well-being of the population. These structures were testaments to the resourcefulness and engineering prowess of the ancient Persians. Now, shifting our view from desert refrigeration, let's see how these principles have inspired modern sustainable technologies. Transitioning from ancient ingenuity to contemporary innovation, we find that the principles behind the yachtal are far from obsolete. In fact, they are being actively adapted and integrated into modern passive cooling systems, particularly in arid regions where energy-efficient solutions are desperately needed. Architects and engineers are drawing inspiration from the yachtal's design to create buildings that naturally regulate temperature, reducing reliance on electricity guzzling air conditioning units. One of the key modern adaptations is the use of natural ventilation techniques, mimicking the yachtal's strategic placement of openings to facilitate airflow. These systems often combine wind catchers, similar to those used in traditional Persian architecture, with shaded courtyards and reflective surfaces to minimize heat gain. Buildings are designed to maximize airflow, allowing cool air to enter and circulate while expelling hot air through natural convection. Another area of innovation involves the use of evaporative cooling, a process that the yachtal indirectly utilized through the evaporation of water during ice production. Modern systems employ evaporative coolers that use water to cool air as it passes through a damp medium. This cool air is then circulated throughout the building, providing a refreshing and energy-efficient alternative to traditional air conditioning. Materials also play a crucial role in modern yachtal-inspired designs. Just as the ancient Persians used mud and clay for their insulating properties, modern architects are exploring the use of sustainable and locally sourced materials like rammed earth, adobe, and innovative bio-based composites. These materials not only provide excellent insulation but also reduce the carbon footprint associated with construction. The energy efficiency of these modern passive cooling systems is remarkable. Studies have shown that buildings designed with yachtal principles can reduce energy consumption for cooling by as much as 70% compared to conventional buildings with electric air conditioning. This translates to significant cost savings for homeowners and businesses, as well as a substantial reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Moreover, these systems are particularly well suited for off-grid applications and remote communities where access to electricity is limited. By harnessing the power of natural ventilation, evaporative cooling, and sustainable materials, modern yachtal's are providing a pathway to affordable, reliable, and environmentally friendly cooling solutions for a warming world. As we consider the ingenuity of these ancient cooling methods, our focus now turns to the ancient Romans and their groundbreaking advances in concrete technology. Turning our attention from ancient cooling to agricultural innovations, let's explore a device that could have revolutionized farming in the Roman world. The Roman reaping machine, a 1st century Gaulish invention, represents an early attempt at automating the harvesting process, described by Pliny the Elder in his Natural History. This machine aimed to streamline grain harvesting, a labor-intensive task in ancient agriculture. The device, known as a vallus, was a wheeled cart pushed by oxen or other draft animals through fields of ripe grain. The key to its operation was a comb-like structure at the front, equipped with sharp teeth or blades. As the cart moved forward, the teeth would strip the grain heads from the stalks, collecting them in a container mounted on the cart. This automated process significantly reduced the manual labor required for harvesting, potentially increasing efficiency and productivity. Modern attempts to reconstruct and test the Roman reaping machine provide valuable insights into its potential effectiveness. Experimental archaeology projects have sought to recreate the vallus based on Pliny's descriptions and other historical sources. These recreations typically involve building a wheeled cart with a comb-like cutting mechanism and testing it in simulated field conditions. One of the challenges in reconstructing the reaping machine is determining the precise design of the cutting teeth and the angle at which they were set. Different experimental designs have explored various tooth shapes and configurations to optimize grain collection while minimizing damage to the stalks. The choice of materials for the blades is also a critical factor, as they need to be sharp and durable enough to withstand repeated use without dulling or breaking. Although the Roman reaping machine offered the promise of increased efficiency, it is not known if it was widely adopted throughout the Roman Empire. Historical evidence suggests that its use may have been limited to certain regions or types of terrain. One possible reason for its limited adoption is that the machine was best suited for large, flat fields with uniform grain growth. In areas with hilly or uneven terrain or where grain stalks varied in height, the reaping machine may have been less effective than manual harvesting methods. Despite its limitations, the Roman reaping machine represents an important step in the development of agricultural technology. It demonstrates an early understanding of the principles of automation and a desire to improve agricultural productivity. The invention foreshadows later developments in mechanical harvesting, such as the combine harvesters that revolutionized farming in the 19th and 20th centuries. Now let's see what impact this machine had on agriculture. The agricultural impact of the Roman reaping machine, while promising, prompts a pivotal question. Why didn't it achieve widespread adoption across the Roman Empire? Several factors likely contributed to its limited use. One prominent reason involves the economic structure of Roman agriculture, which heavily relied on slave labor. Since human labor was relatively inexpensive, the incentive to invest in and maintain complex machinery like the reaping machine may have been minimal for many landowners. Another potential factor relates to the machine's operational limitations. As previously mentioned, the reaping machine performed best on flat, uniform terrain. The diverse landscapes of the Roman Empire, characterized by hilly regions and varied field sizes, would have made it impractical for many farmers. The machine's design may not have been adaptable to different crop types or harvesting conditions, further restricting its utility. In contrast, consider the mechanical reapers of the 19th century, which revolutionized farming practices on a global scale. These later reapers, developed during the Industrial Revolution, benefited from significant technological advancements and different socio-economic conditions. Innovations in metallurgy, engineering, and manufacturing allowed for the creation of more durable, efficient, and versatile machines. The shift from manual labor to mechanized agriculture was also driven by factors such as labor shortages and the increasing demand for food production to support growing urban populations. The design of 19th-century reapers also differed significantly from the Roman reaping machine. Machines like the McCormick reaper used a reciprocating cutter bar to slice through grain stalks, a more effective and adaptable method than the comb-like structure of the valise. Additionally, later reapers incorporated mechanisms for gathering and binding the cut grain into sheaves, further reducing manual labor. The limited adoption of the Roman reaping machine underscores the complex interplay between technology, economics, and social factors in shaping agricultural practices. While the invention demonstrated ingenuity and a desire for efficiency, its impact was constrained by the realities of the Roman world. As we transition to our next topic, we'll examine how ancient Persians ingeniously cooled their environment centuries ago. Now, shifting our gaze eastward, let's journey to ancient China, where we uncover a remarkable navigational marvel, the Chinese south-pointing chariot. This isn't just another chariot, it's a sophisticated 3rd-century mechanical device engineered to maintain a constant southward direction, irrespective of the chariot's movements. Unlike a compass, this invention didn't rely on magnetism. Instead, it employed a complex system of differential gears, similar in principle to those used in modern automobiles. These gears ingeniously compensated for the chariot's turns, ensuring that a pointer, often a figure of an immortal or official, consistently indicated south. The chariot's mechanism worked by measuring the difference in rotation between the wheels. When the chariot turned, the gears would automatically adjust to keep the southward pointing figure oriented correctly, effectively acting as a mechanical compass. This required incredible precision and a deep understanding of mechanical principles. The south-pointing chariot was not merely a technical curiosity. It played a crucial role in imperial processions and military applications. During grand ceremonies, it guided the emperor's entourage, symbolizing his alignment with cosmic forces and maintaining order. In military campaigns, it helped armies navigate unfamiliar terrain, ensuring they always knew their bearings. Its invention speaks volumes about the ingenuity of ancient Chinese engineers, who were capable of creating intricate mechanical systems centuries ahead of their time. As we explore the mechanical ingenuity of the south-pointing chariot, we begin to understand its role as an early form of mechanical computation. Delving further into the chariot's significance, this invention represents an early analog computer. The south-pointing chariot served as a practical application of mechanical computation, ingeniously translating directional changes into consistent navigational output. This marked an important step toward more complex mechanical devices. Examining its influence, the principles behind the south-pointing chariot had a profound impact on later clockwork mechanisms and automatic machines. The intricate gear systems pioneered in the chariot found their way into various other inventions, enhancing their precision and reliability. Clockmakers, in particular, drew inspiration from the chariot's gear arrangements, leading to more accurate and sophisticated timekeeping devices. Moreover, the concept of automatic adjustment and control, demonstrated by the chariot's self-correcting mechanism, paved the way for future innovations in automation. Devices designed to perform tasks autonomously owe a debt to the south-pointing chariot, which showcased the potential of mechanical systems to mimic intelligent behavior. The south-pointing chariot exemplifies the ancient Chinese mastery of mechanical engineering and its lasting impact on subsequent technological advancements. As we transition from land to sea, this ingenuity will now be contrasted by different approach to navigation. Intriguingly, the ingenuity of ancient civilizations extends beyond terrestrial navigation. We now turn our attention to a peculiar enigma from the Roman era, the mystery of flexible glass. Legend has it that during the reign of Emperor Tiberius, a glassmaker presented him with a unique creation, a glass vessel that would not shatter but instead dent and then spring back into shape when dropped. The emperor, fearing that this invention would devalue gold and silver and destabilize the empire's economy, allegedly had the craftsman executed to suppress knowledge of the revolutionary material. While no surviving examples of this flexible glass exist, the historical anecdotes raise a fascinating question. Was this merely a tall tale, or did the Romans possess a method for creating glass with properties we are only beginning to replicate today? Modern material science offers some intriguing parallels. Consider Gorilla Glass, the chemically strengthened glass widely used in smartphone screens. It is designed to be highly resistant to scratches and breakage, absorbing significant impacts without shattering. While not entirely flexible, it represents a significant advancement in glass technology, demonstrating that glass can be engineered to withstand considerable stress. The process involves immersing the glass in a molten salt bath, which causes smaller sodium ions on the glass surface to be replaced by larger potassium ions from the salt solution. These larger ions create a compressive stress layer on the surface of the glass, making it significantly stronger and more resistant to damage. The next section further explores the theories surrounding this lost Roman technology. Diving deeper into the theories about this lost technology, the question arises: was the tale of flexible glass merely an exaggeration, amplified through retellings across millennia? Or did Roman artisans stumble upon a method of manipulating glass at a molecular level, creating properties that elude our complete understanding even today? Some historians suggest that the story might have originated from a misunderstanding of existing Roman glassmaking techniques. Romans were adept at creating thin-walled glass objects, which, while not flexible, could withstand a degree of deformation before breaking. It is conceivable that a particularly skilled artisan produced a piece that appeared flexible, leading to the legend. However, modern experiments offer a different perspective. Scientists and materials engineers have explored various methods to impart flexibility to glass. One promising approach involves creating composite materials where glass is combined with polymers or other flexible substances. By embedding glass fibers in a flexible matrix, it is possible to produce a material that retains the transparency and durability of glass while gaining considerable flexibility. Another technique focuses on modifying the glass structure itself. By introducing specific additives or subjecting the glass to controlled heating and cooling processes, it is possible to alter its crystalline structure, making it more resistant to cracking and deformation. While true flexibility remains a challenge, these experiments demonstrate that the properties of glass can be significantly altered through advanced techniques. Therefore, it is not entirely implausible that the Romans, with their renowned ingenuity and practical approach to innovation, discovered a method to alter the properties of glass in a way that mimicked flexibility. Whether through a lost chemical process, a unique combination of materials, or simply a masterful manipulation of existing techniques, the legend of flexible glass continues to intrigue and inspire modern researchers. As we marvel at the innovations of the past, our journey takes us into the mysteries of ancient Mayan civilization and its sophisticated astronomical complex. Shifting our gaze skyward, we now explore the remarkable astronomy complex of the ancient Maya civilization. The Maya, flourishing in Mesoamerica for centuries, possessed an extraordinary understanding of the cosmos, far surpassing what one might expect from their era. Their observatories, sophisticated mathematical systems, and precise tracking of celestial bodies challenge conventional views of ancient scientific capabilities. One of the most iconic examples of Mayan astronomical prowess is El Caracol, an observatory located in present-day Belize. This structure was not merely a place of observation. It was a carefully designed instrument for tracking the movements of Venus with astonishing accuracy. The Mayans considered Venus to be of paramount importance, associating it with warfare, agriculture, and the cycles of life and death. El Caracol's unique design, with its strategically placed windows and platforms, allowed Mayan astronomers to observe Venus at critical points in its cycle, such as its rising and setting as a morning and evening star. But how did the Maya achieve such precision? The answer lies in their advanced mathematical systems. They developed a sophisticated understanding of numbers and time, using a base 20 system that allowed them to perform complex calculations. Their calendar system, renowned for its accuracy, was not just a way of tracking days, but also a tool for predicting celestial events far into the future. The Maya calculated celestial cycles spanning millions of years, demonstrating their profound grasp of astronomical patterns. These calculations were not mere academic exercises. They were integral to Mayan religious beliefs, agricultural practices, and political decisions. The Mayan calendar, with its intricate system of interlocking cycles, allowed priests and rulers to determine the most auspicious times for planting, harvesting, conducting ceremonies, and waging war. Their ability to predict eclipses and other celestial events further underscores the sophistication of their astronomical knowledge. Through meticulous observation and mathematical modeling, the Maya were able to anticipate these occurrences with remarkable precision, reinforcing their authority and shaping their worldview. This meticulous attention to the skies was not just about prediction. It was about understanding the fundamental forces that governed their lives and the world around them. Moving on, we explore the long-lasting properties of the ancient Indian iron pillar, a structure that defied corrosion for over 1.5 millennia. Expanding on their achievements, it's crucial to highlight how the Mayan calendar surpassed the accuracy of its contemporary European counterparts. While Europe grappled with the Julian calendar, which accumulated errors over time, the Maya had developed a system that was remarkably precise, even accounting for the slight variations in the Earth's orbit. This level of accuracy is a testament to their advanced mathematical and observational skills, which allowed them to create a calendar that remained remarkably consistent over centuries. However, a question arises: why didn't this profound astronomical knowledge lead the Maya to pursue space exploration in the same way it has in modern times? The answer is multifaceted, rooted in the unique cultural, technological, and societal contexts of the Mayan civilization. Unlike modern societies, the Maya were deeply embedded in a world where astronomy was intertwined with religion, mythology, and agriculture. Their focus was not on escaping Earth's confines, but on understanding and interpreting the celestial cycles to guide their earthly affairs. Their worldview was centered on maintaining cosmic balance and harmony, using their astronomical insights to predict events that could impact their society. While they possessed the intellectual capacity for scientific inquiry, their technological development was geared towards practical applications within their existing cultural framework. They built impressive structures and developed sophisticated agricultural techniques, but they lacked the technological infrastructure, such as advanced metallurgy and engineering, necessary for space exploration. Furthermore, the Maya civilization was not a unified empire but a collection of city-states, each with its own priorities and resources. This decentralized structure may have hindered the kind of large-scale, coordinated efforts required for ambitious technological advancements. The resources and intellectual energies of the Maya were directed towards more immediate concerns, such as warfare, trade, and religious ceremonies. Despite their extraordinary astronomical achievements, the Maya remained grounded in their earthly existence, using their knowledge to navigate their complex social, political, and spiritual landscape. From the skies, we now turn our attention to the Earth and the secrets held within an ancient Indian pillar. Transitioning from celestial observations to terrestrial marvels, let us focus our attention on a stunning testament to ancient metallurgy, the Iron Pillar of Delhi. This remarkable structure, standing tall for approximately 1,600 years, has baffled scientists and historians alike due to its exceptional resistance to corrosion. Located in Delhi, India, the pillar's enduring quality challenges our understanding of ancient metallurgical techniques and raises intriguing questions about the skills and knowledge of the artisans who created it. At the heart of the pillar's mystery lies its unique composition. Unlike modern iron, this ancient pillar is rich in phosphorus. This high phosphorus content is key to the formation of a protective passive coating on the iron surface. Over time, this layer acts as a barrier, preventing rust from penetrating the metal. This process, creating a protective patina, effectively shields the pillar from the corrosive effects of the environment, allowing it to withstand centuries of exposure to the elements without significant degradation. What's particularly fascinating is that this metallurgical technique appears to have been lost to time. Modern iron production methods do not typically incorporate such high levels of phosphorus, and the specific process used to create the iron pillar remains a subject of ongoing research and debate. The ability to produce such a corrosion-resistant alloy in ancient times speaks volumes about the sophistication of Indian metallurgy and the empirical knowledge accumulated by ancient artisans. Now, let's see what modern corrosion resistance techniques are being inspired by this technological marvel. Exploring modern corrosion resistance, scientists are meticulously studying the iron pillar to unlock its secrets for application in contemporary materials science. The goal is to understand the pillar's unique phosphorus-rich composition and recreate the methods used to form its protective patina. By replicating these ancient techniques, researchers hope to develop enhanced anti-rust treatments for modern steel structures, significantly prolonging their lifespan and reducing maintenance costs. Comparing the iron pillar's longevity to modern steel structures highlights a stark contrast. Many contemporary steel constructions begin to show signs of corrosion within a few decades, necessitating extensive repairs or even complete replacement. The iron pillar, in contrast, has stood for over 1,600 years with minimal degradation, showcasing the remarkable effectiveness of its ancient metallurgical process. This comparison underscores the potential benefits of integrating the pillar's protective mechanisms into modern engineering practices. Indeed, the implications of successfully replicating the pillar's corrosion resistance are substantial. Industries ranging from construction and transportation to manufacturing could benefit from materials that require less maintenance and last significantly longer. Imagine bridges, buildings, and vehicles that resist rust and corrosion for centuries, reducing the need for costly repairs and replacements. Further, the research into the iron pillar encourages a re-evaluation of traditional knowledge and practices. It demonstrates that ancient artisans possessed sophisticated understanding of material science, which in some cases surpassed modern techniques. By studying such historical artifacts, scientists can uncover innovative solutions for contemporary challenges, bridging the gap between ancient wisdom and modern technology. After examining such an old pillar, let's go back to ancient Greece and see what great inventions were made. The 29th item on our list brings us back to ancient Greece, where we uncover the ingenuity of Heron of Alexandria, the brilliant inventor behind the Greek automatic doors. In the 1st century AD, Heron designed temple doors that opened seemingly by magic, using a combination of steam power and counterweights. Reconstructing this marvel reveals an intricate mechanism. Beneath the temple altar, a fire heated a sealed vessel filled with water. As the water boiled, the resulting steam was channeled through pipes to 2 large spherical containers positioned on either side of the doors. These spheres were connected to a system of ropes and pulleys linked to counterweights. As steam filled the containers, the increasing pressure forced water within them into separate buckets. These buckets, acting as counterweights, grew heavier, causing them to descend. This downward motion pulled on the ropes attached to the temple doors, gradually opening them. The effect was dramatic as the doors swung wide just as the fire on the altar reached its peak, creating a spectacle that must have seemed divine to those witnessing it. Once the fire died down and the steam pressure decreased, the water would siphon back out of the buckets, lightening their load. The original counterweights then pulled the ropes in the opposite direction, slowly closing the temple doors. This cycle could be repeated, offering a mesmerizing display of engineering prowess. Modern recreations and diagrams help us visualize this ingenious device. They demonstrate that Heron's automatic doors were not only a testament to his understanding of physics, but also a clever application of theatrical effect. Having seen how Heron was able to design such a door, let us see other temple technologies that was in use. The 29th item on our list discussed the Greek automatic doors. Let us continue temple technology. The spectacle created by Heron's temple doors raises a crucial question. Were these mechanisms purely for dramatic effect, or did they serve a more practical religious purpose? While the visual impact of the automatically opening doors certainly added to the mystique and awe of the temple, there is reason to believe that these devices played a more integral role in religious practices. Some scholars argue that these automated systems were designed to reinforce the perceived power and authority of the priesthood. By controlling these seemingly magical events, priests could assert their connection to the divine, convincing worshippers of their unique ability to interact with the gods. The doors opening at the height of the altar fire, for example, might have been orchestrated to symbolize the gods accepting a sacrifice, thus validating the religious rituals performed within the temple. Moreover, it is plausible that these mechanisms were used to create a sense of anticipation and reverence among the temple visitors. The slow, deliberate opening of the doors could have been timed to coincide with specific prayers or ceremonies, enhancing the overall spiritual experience. The element of surprise and the perceived intervention of the divine could have significantly deepened the worshipper's faith and commitment. Interestingly, similar principles of automated mechanics would later reappear in medieval cathedral automata. These elaborate clockwork devices, often found in grand cathedrals across Europe, featured intricate moving figures that enacted biblical scenes or celebrated religious figures. Like Heron's temple doors, these automata were designed to inspire awe and reverence, demonstrating the advanced technical capabilities of the church and reinforcing its spiritual authority. These cathedral automata, which became popular during the medieval period, extended Heron's ideas, often combining clockwork with elements of theater to illustrate religious stories. Figures of saints might strike bells, angels could descend from the ceiling, and scenes from the Bible could unfold before the congregation's eyes. These displays, much like the automated temple doors, were intended to impress upon the faithful the grandeur and power of the church. The link between Heron's inventions and medieval cathedral automata highlights a fascinating continuity in the use of technology to enhance religious experiences. Whether in an ancient Greek temple or a medieval European cathedral, these devices served not only as demonstrations of engineering skill, but also as tools for shaping religious belief and practice. Having looked at how Greeks were able to create automative doors, let us move on to the land of China, where earthquakes were detected in a unique way. The next fascinating invention takes us to China, where the terracotta army reveals secrets of ancient engineering. Within the ranks of Qin Shi Huang's terracotta army, archaeologists discovered incredibly precise interlocking bronze gears. These gears, part of the chariots buried alongside the soldiers, showcase a remarkable level of technological sophistication for the 3rd century before Christ. Engineers were able to attain this precision through the creation of high-quality molds, pouring molten bronze and fine filing. The accuracy of the gear teeth and the way they meshed together is indicative of the artisan's high degree of skill. Each gear was perfectly balanced to provide the appropriate mechanical advantage and movement, demonstrating a firm understanding of mechanical motion and power transfer. The primary function of these gears was to provide differential movement, a concept similar to what is used in modern automotive systems. A differential gear system allows wheels on the same axle to rotate at different speeds. This is essential for chariots or any wheeled vehicle to navigate turns smoothly. Without a differential, the wheels would be forced to rotate at the same speed, causing the chariot to skid or become difficult to control. The presence of such an advanced system in ancient China challenges our understanding of the timeline of mechanical engineering. The level of precision and functionality observed in these gears indicates that Chinese engineers had a deep understanding of complex mechanical principles long before similar technologies appeared in the West. It raises questions about the extent of technological innovation during the Qin dynasty and the degree to which knowledge was shared or independently discovered across different cultures. The bronze chariot gear system of ancient China highlights a mastery of mechanical engineering that was far ahead of its time. The innovation not only ensured smooth and efficient chariot maneuverability, but also demonstrated an advanced understanding of mechanical principles, challenging traditional timelines of technological progress. Having explored Chinese gears, what could Romans produce with their crane systems? Transitioning from the ingenuity of Chinese chariot gears, let's explore the standardization they represent. The precision and uniformity of the bronze chariot gears suggest that the Qin dynasty may have been practicing early forms of mass production. These gears were not unique, one-off creations. Rather, they were produced in sufficient quantities to equip a large number of chariots within the terracotta army. This implies the existence of standardized molds and manufacturing processes, ensuring that each gear was virtually identical and interchangeable. The idea of interchangeable parts is a cornerstone of modern manufacturing, allowing for easy replacement and maintenance of complex machinery. It wasn't widely adopted in the West until the Industrial Revolution in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The terracotta army's gears, however, indicate that the concept was understood and implemented in China more than 2,000 years earlier. This is supported by the fact that when they created the terracotta army, the artisans constructed it in an assembly line fashion because each part was created separately from the entire army. The implications of this early standardization are profound. It suggests a level of organizational and logistical sophistication within the Qin dynasty that isn't always recognized. To achieve this degree of uniformity, there would have needed to be rigorous quality control measures, skilled labor, and a centralized system for distributing and assembling the gears. This demonstrates not only advanced technical capabilities, but also a sophisticated understanding of production management. The mass production techniques displayed in these gears challenge conventional historical narratives. The gears highlight that advancements believed to be exclusive to the Industrial Revolution actually have roots stretching back to ancient civilizations. By examining these gears, archaeologists can gain insight into the early manufacturing practices that enabled the creation of complex, standardized components. We now shift our focus from the intricate gears of ancient China to the remarkable concrete structures of ancient Rome, but those bronze gears were ahead of the curve. Moving from early manufacturing to construction feats, let's examine the Roman crane revolution. Roman imperial engineers achieved architectural marvels through innovative technologies, most notably the treadwheel crane. These cranes, powered by human labor, enabled the construction of monumental structures using massive stones. These machines operated on a simple principle: men walking inside a large wheel similar to a hamster wheel, which rotated a drum that pulled a rope attached to a lifting mechanism. The treadwheel crane allowed the Romans to lift and position stones weighing several tons with remarkable precision. These cranes were not just simple hoists, they were sophisticated machines that multiplied human force, making possible the construction of buildings like the Pantheon and the Colosseum. Without these cranes, the scale and complexity of Roman architecture would have been impossible to achieve because they provide a means to lift very heavy materials. To appreciate the impact of these cranes, picture the construction of the Pantheon's dome. The dome, which is still the world's largest unreinforced concrete dome, required lifting tons of materials to great heights. Treadwheel cranes were crucial in this process, raising concrete, brick, and other building substances to the required levels. Animations and recreations vividly demonstrate how these cranes, strategically positioned around the construction site, systematically lifted materials, gradually assembling the dome. The Pantheon is one example of how they lifted stones, but they also lifted other things such as the various supplies and materials required to build such a structure. The development and use of treadwheel cranes demonstrate Roman ingenuity and engineering expertise. These cranes allowed them to build faster and more efficiently, transforming the landscape with their ambitious construction projects. As we explore the legacy of these cranes, we see that the principles behind them were used and enhanced in later construction efforts, such as the building of medieval cathedrals. Building upon the Romans' engineering prowess, let's explore the construction legacy of the Roman crane system. The knowledge and technology of treadwheel cranes were not lost with the fall of the Roman Empire. Instead, they were adopted and refined during the medieval period, particularly in the construction of cathedrals. Medieval builders recognized the efficiency of these cranes and incorporated them into their ambitious building projects. The design of medieval cranes was often more complex, with larger wheels and improved lifting mechanisms. These advancements allowed builders to lift heavier stones to greater heights, which was essential for constructing the soaring arches and towering spires of Gothic cathedrals. Some medieval cranes were even equipped with multiple treadwheels, increasing their lifting capacity. The higher they could lift, the higher they could build. Comparing the lifting capacity of Roman and medieval cranes to modern construction equipment reveals the significant advancements in building technology over the centuries. Roman cranes could lift stones weighing several tons, which was impressive for their time. Medieval cranes could lift even heavier loads, but modern cranes can lift tens or even hundreds of tons. For example, heavy lift cranes used in modern construction can hoist entire sections of buildings into place, significantly reducing construction time and labor. Although modern cranes dwarf the lifting capabilities of their ancient counterparts, the basic principles remain the same. The use of pulleys, levers, and wheels to multiply force is a testament to the enduring power of simple machines. These fundamental concepts that began with the Romans continue to influence modern engineering. As we transition to discuss the Islamic Golden Age, we uncover scientific advancements that preserved and expanded ancient Greek and Roman knowledge, enriching fields from astronomy to medicine. Transitioning our focus from construction technology to the intellectual achievements of the Islamic Golden Age, let's explore the instruments developed within Baghdad's House of Wisdom, which significantly advanced scientific knowledge. During the medieval period, while Europe was still emerging from the early Middle Ages, the Islamic world experienced a flourishing of arts, science, and culture, largely centered in Baghdad. A beacon of this intellectual fervor was the House of Wisdom, an academy, library, and translation center that attracted scholars from diverse backgrounds. These scholars made remarkable advancements in various fields, most notably in astronomy, where their innovative instruments played a crucial role. Among the most important inventions were the quadrant and the astrolabe, both of which were instrumental in navigation and timekeeping. The quadrant, a tool used to measure angles, enabled astronomers to determine the altitude of celestial bodies with greater precision. Islamic scholars refined its design, making it more accurate and easier to use, which was essential for astronomical observations and calculations. The astrolabe, often called a handheld model of the universe, was perhaps the most versatile astronomical instrument of its time. It allowed users to determine the time of day, find the direction of Mecca for prayer, and cast horoscopes. Islamic scientists like al-Khwarizmi and al-Battani significantly improved the astrolabe's design, adding scales and features that enhanced its functionality. These enhancements made it an indispensable tool for both scientific research and practical applications such as navigation. Muslim navigators used astrolabes to chart courses across vast oceans, facilitating trade and exploration centuries before Europeans adopted these technologies. Moreover, the timekeeping capabilities of these instruments had significant implications for daily life and religious practices. Accurate timekeeping was crucial for observing the 5 daily prayers in Islam, and the astrolabe helped ensure these prayers were performed at the correct times. As we explore how these Islamic scientific instruments preserved and expanded upon ancient Greek knowledge, we also set the stage for understanding how this knowledge would eventually be reintroduced to Europe, profoundly influencing the Renaissance and beyond. Exploring the scientific transmission facilitated by these instruments, it's important to recognize that the Islamic Golden Age was not just a period of innovation but also one of preservation. Islamic scholars meticulously translated and studied the works of ancient Greek scientists and philosophers, including Ptolemy, Euclid, and Aristotle. The astrolabe and quadrant became tools to verify, refine, and build upon the astronomical theories developed by these Greek thinkers. For instance, Ptolemy's Almagest, a comprehensive treatise on astronomy, was translated into Arabic and used as a foundation for Islamic astronomical research. Scholars such as al-Battani made critical corrections to Ptolemy's astronomical calculations, improving the accuracy of astronomical models. Furthermore, the knowledge gained through the use of these instruments fed back into the broader intellectual community. Islamic observatories equipped with advanced quadrants and astrolabes became centers of learning and experimentation. Observations made at these observatories led to the creation of more accurate star charts and astronomical tables, which were essential for both scientific and practical purposes. The Zij, or astronomical handbook, produced by these scholars contained detailed information about the positions of stars and planets, eclipses, and other celestial phenomena. These handbooks were widely circulated and used by scientists, navigators, and astrologers throughout the Islamic world. The reintroduction of this accumulated knowledge to Europe during the Renaissance was pivotal in sparking the scientific revolution. European scholars seeking to expand their understanding of the natural world turned to Islamic sources for insights. Translations of Arabic texts on astronomy, mathematics, and medicine made their way into European libraries and universities. The astrolabe, in particular, became a symbol of scientific learning and was widely adopted by European astronomers and navigators. Figures like Copernicus and Galileo relied on the astronomical data and mathematical techniques developed by Islamic scholars to formulate their groundbreaking theories. These instruments not only facilitated the preservation of ancient wisdom but also catalyzed new discoveries, bridging the ancient and modern worlds. As we shift our focus to ancient India, we'll uncover the secrets behind an enduring monument that defies time, the ancient Indian iron pillar. Transitioning from the realm of astronomy to the ingenuity of timekeeping, we discover an invention that brought precision to daily routines, the ancient Greek alarm clock. Ctesibius of Alexandria, a brilliant engineer and inventor living in the 3rd century before Christ, is credited with creating a water clock, known as a clepsydra, that incorporated an elaborate alarm system. This device was far more than a simple timer. It was a sophisticated mechanism that regulated the passage of time and signaled its end with a carefully orchestrated sound. The design of Ctesibius's water clock was ingenious. It relied on a steady flow of water from one container to another, with the water level rising at a consistent rate. As the water level increased, it would gradually lift a float. Attached to the float was a rod with markings indicating the hours. To set the alarm, the user would adjust the position of a trip lever along this rod to correspond with the desired time. As the float reached the set time, the lever would release a mechanism, typically a collection of pebbles or small balls, which would then drop onto a gong or a cymbal. The resulting sound would serve as the alarm, waking the user or signaling the start of an event. The key to the accuracy of this alarm clock lay in its water regulation system. Ctesibius employed a series of overflow mechanisms and calibrated apertures to ensure a consistent flow rate, regardless of the water level in the supply tank. This constant flow was crucial for precise timekeeping. The water would drip at a steady pace, allowing the clock to measure time intervals with remarkable accuracy for its era. The skill in maintaining this steady drip despite variations in water pressure showcased Ctesibius's deep understanding of hydraulics and mechanics. This invention demonstrates not only a practical application of scientific principles, but also the human desire to control and measure time. As we consider how these early clocks influenced later monastic timekeeping devices, we'll explore how these innovations evolved over time. Exploring the timekeeping evolution, these early clocks significantly shaped medieval monastic practices. Monasteries, the centers of learning and prayer, needed precise timekeeping to adhere to their strict schedules of daily services. Ctesibius's water clocks and similar devices provided a means to regulate these activities, ensuring that prayers and rituals were performed at the correct times. The monks, always resourceful, refined and expanded upon the earlier designs, building larger and more elaborate water clocks that often incorporated complex astronomical displays. These monastic clocks became integral to the daily rhythm of the monasteries, dictating when monks would pray, study, and work. The influence of these early timekeeping mechanisms is evident in the architectural designs of many medieval monasteries, where clock towers became prominent features, symbolizing the importance of time in their spiritual lives. Comparing their accuracy to modern mechanical clocks, Ctesibius's water clocks, while ingenious for their time, were not as precise as later mechanical inventions. The rate of water flow in the early clocks could be affected by temperature and humidity, causing variations in timekeeping accuracy. A well-maintained water clock might have an accuracy of within a few minutes per day, which was adequate for many daily tasks but not suitable for precise scientific observations. In contrast, modern mechanical clocks, with their intricate gear systems and escapements, could achieve accuracies of within a few seconds per day, representing a significant leap in timekeeping technology. Even today's quartz and atomic clocks offer even greater precision, measuring time with accuracies that were unimaginable in ancient times. While Ctesibius's water clock laid the foundation for future innovations, the mechanical clocks of later centuries surpassed its capabilities in terms of reliability and precision. As we shift our focus from measuring time to conquering the skies, we'll explore how ancient Chinese ingenuity led to the creation of early hot air balloons. The 34th item involves the Chinese hot air balloons, transitioning from the realm of timekeeping to the theater of war. Zhuge Liang, a prominent figure in the history of the Three Kingdoms period, used early hot air lanterns for military signaling in the 3rd century. These lanterns, often called Congoming lanterns, were named after Zhuge Liang, whose courtesy name was Congoming. The lanterns played a crucial role in military communications, especially during sieges and battles where traditional methods of signaling were ineffective. The basic design of a Congoming lantern consists of a paper or silk balloon with an opening at the bottom, beneath which a small lamp or candle is suspended. When the lamp is lit, the hot air fills the balloon, reducing its density compared to the surrounding air, and the lantern rises. Exploring how this technology evolved into recreational lanterns and early balloon experiments, it is clear that the initial military application of Congoming lanterns paved the way for their use in cultural celebrations and other peaceful activities. Over time, the lanterns transitioned from being tools of war to symbols of hope and good fortune, commonly released during festivals and special occasions. The visual spectacle of many lanterns floating skyward at once became a popular attraction, embedding itself into Chinese culture. Moreover, the principles behind the Congoming lantern spurred additional experimentation, with inventors exploring their use for carrying heavier loads and even people. These early experiments, though not always successful, laid the groundwork for more advanced ballooning technologies in later centuries. The legacy of Zhuge Liang's signaling lanterns remains visible today, both in the continued traditions surrounding their use and in their influence on the broader history of flight. From signaling devices on ancient battlefields to festive displays lighting up the night sky, their journey has been remarkable. Shifting our focus, we'll examine if these inventions could have led to manned flight if developed further. Delving into aviation precursors, the question arises whether the Chinese hot air balloons could have propelled the progress toward manned flight had they been developed further. While the Kongming lanterns primarily served military and ceremonial purposes, the core technology was fundamentally aligned with the principles required for manned flight. The basic idea of using heated air to achieve lift is essentially the same concept that the Montgolfier brothers utilized in the 18th century. Comparing their principles to the Montgolfier brothers' balloons reveals both similarities and critical differences. The Montgolfier brothers, Joseph Mitchell and Jacques Etienne, conducted their first public demonstration of a hot air balloon in 1783 in Annonay, France. Their balloon, constructed from paper-lined fabric, used a fire suspended beneath the opening to heat the air inside, causing it to rise. This event marked a significant turning point in aviation history, demonstrating the potential for sustained, controlled flight. The primary divergence lies not in the underlying physics but in the scale and engineering sophistication. The Chinese lanterns were relatively small and designed to carry only a light payload, such as messages or small celebratory items. The Montgolfier brothers, on the other hand, were focused on creating a balloon large and strong enough to carry human passengers. This required advancements in materials, construction techniques, and methods for controlling the balloon's ascent and descent. It is conceivable that with sustained interest and investment, ancient Chinese inventors could have scaled up their lantern technology. However, several factors likely impeded this progression. First, there was likely a lack of materials suitable for creating large, durable balloons. Traditional paper and silk, while adequate for smaller lanterns, would not withstand the stresses of a larger structure. Second, there was no pressing need or strong impetus to pursue manned flight. The lanterns served their intended purposes well, and there was no clear application that would justify the significant resources required for further development. Despite these limitations, the Chinese hot air lanterns represent an important step in the broader history of aviation. They demonstrated a practical understanding of buoyancy and thermal dynamics centuries before the scientific revolution in Europe. These signaling technologies offer insights into how cultures harnessed simple science for impactful applications. As we transition from air to architecture, let's explore the innovative Persian refrigerators from 400 before Christ. Transitioning from the skies to the battlefield, the 35th marvel centers on the Roman multi-shot ballista, a rapid-firing artillery weapon that showcased Roman engineering ingenuity. This device was essentially an ancient machine gun capable of launching multiple projectiles in quick succession. To understand its impact, consider the standard ballista of the time, a powerful but slow-firing weapon. Single-shot ballistae were effective for siege warfare and long-range attacks, but their rate of fire was limited by the time it took to reload each bolt individually. The multi-shot ballista addressed this weakness by incorporating a repeating mechanism, allowing for a volley of projectiles to be unleashed in a fraction of the time. The core of its operation rested on a torsion spring system, ingeniously engineered to store and release energy efficiently. These springs, typically made from tightly wound ropes or sinew, provided the power necessary to propel the bolts. A rotating mechanism, either hand-cranked or lever-operated, would draw back the springs, loading multiple bolts into a firing position. Once released, the torsion springs would snap forward, launching the projectiles in rapid order. The resulting effect on the battlefield was devastating, and the Roman armies gained a significant ranged superiority. The ability to fire a continuous stream of bolts disrupted enemy formations, suppressed attacks, and inflicted heavy casualties. Unlike single-shot artillery, the weapon allowed to constantly fire. This capability proved invaluable in both offensive and defensive situations, such as sieges and open combat. Historians note that the multi-shot ballista was not a common weapon, likely due to its complexity and cost. However, its effectiveness when deployed must have been immense. The next inquiry will move towards examining the Andean knotted writing, known as the quipu. Item 35 continued, rapid-fire legacy. Let's look at the echoes through time of the multi-shot ballista. While the Roman Empire eventually declined, the concept of rapid-fire weaponry didn't vanish entirely. It resurfaced in various forms throughout history. One notable descendant is the medieval crossbow, particularly the repeating crossbow. These crossbows, primarily used in China and later adopted in Europe, featured a magazine that held multiple bolts. A simple lever mechanism allowed the user to quickly load and fire bolts in succession, granting a similar advantage in sustained firepower that the multi-shot ballista once provided. Fast forward to the 19th century, and we discover early machine guns. Inventors drew inspiration from ancient concepts such as the ballista. The puckle gun, for instance, invented in the early 18th century, was a manually operated multi-shot weapon designed to fire repeatedly without reloading after each shot. Although it was not entirely successful, it represented an early attempt to solve the same problem of sustained firepower that motivated the creation of the multi-shot ballista. Despite these revivals, there remains a notable gap in the timeline. The multi-shot ballista, while innovative, did not lead to a direct and continuous line of development. The question then arises, why did this technology essentially disappear for centuries after the fall of Rome? Several factors likely contributed to this technological hiatus. First, complexity. The multi-shot ballista was a complex piece of machinery, requiring skilled artisans to build and maintain. As the Roman Empire fragmented, the knowledge and resources needed to produce these sophisticated weapons may have become scarce. Second, cost. Constructing and deploying multi-shot ballistae would have been an expensive undertaking, potentially beyond the means of smaller, less centralized powers that emerged in Europe after the Roman decline. Furthermore, tactical and strategic considerations may have played a role. The chaotic nature of warfare during the Dark Ages often favored simpler, more reliable weapons that could be easily produced and used by relatively untrained soldiers. The focus shifted toward melee combat and basic ranged weapons like bows and arrows, which were more practical in smaller-scale engagements. As we transition from ancient weaponry to an ancient puzzle, the next item will explore the mysteries of the Andean knotted writing system known as quipu. Item 36, the Andean knotted writing, shifts our focus to South America, specifically to the intricate world of the Inca Empire, where we discover a unique form of record-keeping known as quipu. Imagine a collection of colorful strings meticulously knotted in various ways. These are not merely decorative items, but sophisticated tools used by the Inca for accounting, census data, and possibly even narrative stories. Deciphering the secrets of the quipu has been a long and challenging process, like trying to understand a language without a dictionary. For centuries, the quipu were thought to be simple mnemonic devices, aids to memory, primarily used for numerical data. However, recent breakthroughs in understanding quipu construction and usage suggest a far more complex system, one that may have encoded not just numbers but also linguistic information. The key to this new understanding lies in the careful analysis of the types of knots, their placement on the strings, the colors of the strings, and the way the strings are connected to each other. Researchers have identified distinct patterns and combinations that appear to correlate with specific types of information. For example, Different colors might represent different categories of items, while the type and position of a knot could indicate a specific quantity or a particular place. One of the most exciting developments in quipu research is the possibility that these knotted strings could contain narrative information. Some scholars believe that certain arrangements of knots and colors may represent names, places, or even stories. This would transform our understanding of the Inca civilization, suggesting a level of literacy and record-keeping sophistication previously unimagined. The ongoing effort to fully decipher the quipu is a multidisciplinary endeavor requiring the expertise of archaeologists, anthropologists, mathematicians, and linguists. Each new discovery brings us closer to unlocking the secrets of this ancient Andean civilization, promising a deeper understanding of their culture, history, and worldview. As we continue to unravel the mysteries of the quipu, the next invention takes us to the ancient world, revealing the intriguing story of the Nimrod lens. Item 36 continued. Alternative writing systems invite us to consider that quipu may represent more than just a system for recording numerical data. It opens up the intriguing possibility that they functioned as an alternative form of writing, a means of encoding complex narratives and historical accounts. This idea challenges our traditional understanding of what constitutes a writing system, pushing the boundaries of how we define literacy and communication in ancient societies. Exploring this concept further, we find that the sophistication of the quipu system could rival that of other ancient writing forms. While it may not involve the use of symbols inscribed on stone or clay, the intricate arrangement of knots, colors, and string patterns could convey a wealth of information. In this sense, quipu might be seen as a three-dimensional, tactile form of writing, one that required specialized knowledge and skill to create and interpret. Modern attempts to crack the code of the quipu often draw parallels to the decipherment of the Rosetta Stone, the artifact that unlocked the secrets of Egyptian hieroglyphs. The Rosetta Stone provided a key to understanding hieroglyphs by presenting the same text in 3 different scripts, allowing scholars to cross-reference and decode the ancient language. Similarly, researchers are searching for a quipu Rosetta Stone, a bilingual or trilingual artifact that could provide a direct key to understanding the quipu system. Unfortunately, no such Rosetta Stone has been found for quipu, making the decipherment process incredibly challenging. However, scholars are employing a variety of innovative techniques to make progress. This includes statistical analysis of knot patterns, comparisons with known historical events and census data, and collaborations with indigenous communities who may hold ancestral knowledge of the quipu system. The search for the quipu Rosetta Stone is an ongoing quest, one that requires patience, creativity, and a willingness to challenge conventional assumptions. Each new discovery offers a tantalizing glimpse into the rich intellectual and cultural life of the Inca civilization, promising a deeper understanding of their unique approach to communication and knowledge preservation. As we continue the search to unlock its secrets, our journey leads us to an object of intrigue from ancient Assyria, the Nimrod lens, transitioning from the realm of lost writing systems to marvels of ancient engineering. We now journey to Persia, where the ingenuity of its people led to the birth of a climate-control technology millennia ahead of its time. Item 37. The ancient Persian air conditioning illustrates how wind catchers and qanats created natural cooling systems in desert palaces. In the arid landscapes of ancient Persia, where scorching temperatures posed a significant challenge to daily life, innovative solutions were needed to create comfortable living environments. Among these solutions were wind catchers, also known as badgers, and qanats, underground aqueducts, which in combination functioned as sophisticated natural air conditioning systems. Wind catchers are towering structures designed to capture prevailing winds and direct them down into buildings. Their design is ingenious, often featuring multiple openings that can be adjusted to catch breezes from any direction. The captured air is then channeled through the tower and into the living spaces below, providing a constant flow of fresh, cool air. The physics behind wind catchers is relatively simple yet remarkably effective. As wind enters the tower, it creates pressure differences that drive airflow. The tower's height helps to draw in cooler air from higher altitudes, while the building's design facilitates the circulation of air throughout its interior. In some designs, the air is passed over pools of water or through damp materials to further enhance the cooling effect through evaporation. As water evaporates, it absorbs heat from the air, lowering the temperature and increasing humidity, creating a refreshing oasis in the midst of the desert heat. Complementing the wind catchers were qanats, ancient underground water channels that transported water from distant sources to urban centers and agricultural lands. In addition to providing a reliable water supply, qanats also played a crucial role in the cooling process. The water flowing through the qanats was significantly cooler than the surrounding air, thanks to the insulating properties of the earth. By integrating the qanats with the wind catchers, Persian engineers created a system where the cool air from the qanats was drawn into buildings, further enhancing the cooling effect. These ancient air conditioning systems were not only effective but also sustainable, relying entirely on natural resources and passive design principles. They represent a remarkable feat of engineering, showcasing the ingenuity and resourcefulness of the Persian people in adapting to their environment. As we explore the modern applications of similar cooling methods, we discover how these ancient Persian techniques are inspiring sustainable architectural designs in contemporary arid regions. Item 37 continued. Sustainable architecture highlights how these passive cooling methods are being revived in modern green building designs. As the world grapples with the challenges of climate change and the need for sustainable building practices, architects and engineers are increasingly looking to ancient techniques like wind catchers and qanats for inspiration. These passive cooling methods offer a compelling alternative to energy-intensive electric air conditioning systems, promising a more environmentally friendly and cost-effective way to keep buildings cool. Modern green building designs are incorporating wind catchers in innovative ways, adapting the traditional designs to suit contemporary architectural styles and urban environments. In some cases, wind catchers are integrated into the building's structure, becoming a seamless part of the overall design. In others, they are added as standalone features, serving as both functional cooling devices and aesthetic elements. The effectiveness of wind catchers and qanats compared to electric air conditioning systems is a subject of growing interest and research. Electric air conditioning systems consume significant amounts of energy, contributing to greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the demand for electricity. In contrast, passive cooling methods like wind catchers rely on natural airflow and evaporation to lower temperatures, requiring little to no energy input. Studies have shown that wind catchers can reduce the need for electric air conditioning by as much as 75% in certain climates, resulting in significant energy savings and reduced carbon footprint. Moreover, these systems can improve indoor air quality by providing a constant supply of fresh, naturally cooled air, creating healthier and more comfortable living environments. While wind catchers and qanats may not be suitable for all climates or building types, their potential for sustainable cooling is undeniable. As architects and engineers continue to refine and adapt these ancient techniques, they are paving the way for a future where buildings are not only energy efficient but also harmonious with their natural surroundings. Shifting away from ancient cooling solutions, the focus turns toward a quite unusual item. Item 38. The Greek vending machine showcases Heron of Alexandria's ingenuity with his coin-operated holy water dispenser. Dating back to the 1st century, this device represents an early example of automation and ingenuity. Heron, a brilliant engineer and mathematician, designed it to dispense a measured amount of holy water in temples. The invention worked using a simple yet effective mechanism involving a lever, a counterweight, and a container. When a coin was inserted, its weight would tip the lever, causing a valve to open and release a specific quantity of holy water. Once the coin slid off, the lever would return to its original position, closing the valve and stopping the flow. This precise use of counterweights ensured that each user received the same amount of holy water, making it a fair and reliable system. Reconstructing how this device functioned reveals its dual nature as both a religious tool and an early commercial machine. In temples where access to holy water was part of ritual purification, Heron's dispenser provided a convenient and controlled method for distribution. Worshippers could easily obtain the sacred water without relying on temple staff, streamlining the process and reducing potential lines or delays. Furthermore, the coin-operated aspect introduced an element of commerce. While the primary purpose was religious, the dispenser also functioned as a revenue-generating device for the temple. The coins collected contributed to the temple's upkeep and maintenance, making it an early form of fundraising through automation. This invention highlights Heron's ability to blend practical engineering with the needs of society, creating a device that served both spiritual and economic purposes. Reflecting on this early feat of engineering, the next invention brings us to more practical automatons. Item 38 continued. Automation Origins takes us on a conceptual journey from Heron's dispenser to modern vending machines and automated services, highlighting the evolution of automation. Understanding the lineage from ancient devices to today's technology reveals a gradual yet transformative process. Heron's vending machine, while simple, embodies key automation principles such as user-initiated action and programmed dispensing. These principles, refined over centuries, underpin the complex systems found in modern vending machines, automated kiosks, and other self-service technologies. Tracing this evolution reveals a significant gap between the ancient world and the Industrial Revolution. Despite Heron's ingenuity, such devices did not become widespread for many centuries. Several factors contributed to this delay, including limited technological capabilities, economic structures, and societal needs. Before the Industrial Revolution, manufacturing processes were largely manual, and the demand for automated solutions was not as pressing. Furthermore, the absence of standardized components and mass production techniques made creating and maintaining such devices costly and complex. The Industrial Revolution marked a turning point, introducing mass production, electrification, and advanced mechanical engineering. These advancements provided the necessary infrastructure and economic incentives for automation to thrive. Vending machines, initially used for dispensing stamps and postcards, gradually expanded to offer a wide range of products, from snacks and beverages to electronics and personal care items. Today, modern vending machines incorporate sophisticated features such as cashless payment systems, remote inventory management, and interactive displays, reflecting the ongoing refinement of automation technology. The story of Heron's vending machine and its eventual proliferation during the Industrial Revolution illustrates the profound impact of technological readiness and societal demand. It underscores that innovation often requires more than just a brilliant idea. It also needs the right conditions to flourish. Reflecting on why automation took so many centuries to flourish, our next item will shift gears to explore an ancient civilization's approach to warfare. Item 39. The Chinese landmines reveal a pivotal chapter in the history of asymmetric warfare. In the 13th century, during the Song dynasty, Chinese armies developed ingenious explosive devices designed to deter invaders. These early landmines represent a significant milestone, showcasing the innovative use of gunpowder technology for defensive strategies. Initially, these devices were quite simple, consisting of gunpowder-filled pots buried just below the ground's surface. A fuse, often triggered by pressure or a tripwire, would ignite the gunpowder, creating a localized explosion. These primitive landmines were strategically placed to impede the advance of enemy troops, disrupt their formations, and instill fear. Over time, Chinese military engineers refined these early gunpowder pots into more sophisticated anti-personnel weapons. The design evolved to include mechanisms that improved both the reliability and destructive power of the mine. For example, some versions incorporated iron fragments or ceramic shards, which acted as shrapnel, increasing the effective range and lethality of the explosions. Tripwires became more common, allowing the mines to be concealed and deployed in areas where enemy soldiers were likely to pass, such as narrow paths or defensive choke points. The use of different triggering mechanisms also added a layer of complexity, making it more difficult for enemy forces to detect and neutralize the mines. Historical accounts detail that these landmines were used effectively against Mongol invaders who faced unexpected and devastating explosions. The psychological impact of these weapons was considerable, as soldiers became wary of every step, slowing their advance and reducing their morale. As the Chinese refined their landmine technology, they also documented their methods and designs, ensuring that this knowledge was preserved and could be used in future conflicts. These records provide valuable insight into the evolution of early explosive weaponry and highlight the strategic thinking behind their deployment. Now, as we transition from the earth-shaking innovation of landmines, we will journey into the written word, examining how the Andean civilization employed knots for written communication. Turning our attention to the spread of military technology, we find that the impact of these Chinese landmines extended far beyond the borders of the Song dynasty. These early examples of explosive devices played a crucial role in shaping the evolution of warfare, particularly in European military engineering, as knowledge and techniques diffused along trade routes and through military interactions. The basic principles of Chinese landmines gradually made their way westward. In Europe, the concept of subterranean explosive devices took root, influencing the development of various types of mines and booby traps. Medieval military engineers began experimenting with gunpowder-based explosives, adapting and refining the Chinese designs to suit their own tactical needs. While direct evidence of Chinese influence is limited, the parallels in design and deployment suggest a clear lineage of innovation. Early European mines were often used in siege warfare, placed strategically to disrupt enemy sappers tunneling beneath castle walls or to deter assaults on fortified positions. The study of medieval Chinese military manuals offers additional insights into how these devices were deployed and their intended effects. These manuals, often illustrated with detailed diagrams, provide a comprehensive understanding of the construction, placement, and triggering mechanisms of early landmines. By examining these historical sources, we can appreciate the level of sophistication and strategic thought that went into their use. For example, the manuals often emphasize the importance of concealment and the psychological impact of these weapons on enemy forces. As explosive technology advanced, so too did the methods for countering it. European armies developed specialized units to detect and neutralize mines, leading to an ongoing arms race between offensive and defensive capabilities. This period of innovation set the stage for the more advanced and widespread use of landmines in later centuries, shaping the nature of modern warfare. Now, as we transition from explosive innovation to intricate communication, we will explore the Andean civilization's unique method of record-keeping through knotted strings. Now, shifting our focus from the arena of ancient warfare to the realm of daily life, let's discover how individuals managed their time across vast distances. The Roman portable sundials offer a fascinating glimpse into the practical ingenuity of ancient technology. These were not the grand, stationary sundials found in public spaces. Instead, they were intricate pocket devices that allowed travelers to tell time accurately no matter where they were within the empire. Imagine a Roman merchant journeying from Rome to Britannia. In a world without standardized time zones, knowing the local time was crucial for coordinating trade, planning travel, and adhering to legal requirements. This is where the portable sundial came into play. These devices were equipped with adjustable latitude settings, a critical feature that made them universally applicable across the varied geography of the Roman Empire. The design of these sundials was ingenious. They typically consisted of a small, often ornate base inscribed with hour lines, a gnomon which cast the shadow that indicated the time, and a mechanism to adjust the angle of the gnomon based on the user's latitude. By setting the sundial to the correct latitude, a traveler could ensure that the time was accurately displayed, compensating for the changing angle of the sun at different locations. These portable sundials functioned as ancient global positioning system equivalents for travelers, guiding their daily routines and schedules. The ability to determine the time with precision allowed for better organization of the day's activities, making travel and trade more efficient. For example, a Roman official could reliably schedule meetings in different cities, knowing that he and his counterparts would be operating on the same temporal framework. Furthermore, the sundials often became status symbols reflecting the owner's education, wealth, and sophistication. They were crafted from a variety of materials, including bronze, ivory, and even precious metals, showcasing the high level of craftsmanship of the time. In effect, these portable devices were more than just timekeeping tools. They were symbols of Roman ingenuity and connectivity, enabling individuals to navigate their world with greater precision and confidence. As we pivot from understanding how Romans kept time on their travels to how light was captured and investigated, we shine a light on the Arab camera obscura, which was a revolutionary tool that shaped the course of the early photography. Exploring the synergy between Roman innovation and infrastructure, we find that these portable sundials were not just standalone devices. They were integral to the vast and meticulously engineered Roman road networks. Known as some of the most advanced of their time, these roads facilitated rapid movement of troops, goods, and information across the empire. Possessing a portable sundial allowed travelers to synchronize their schedules with the pace of travel along these roads, optimizing their journeys and ensuring timely arrivals. The Roman road system, with its milestones and well-maintained surfaces, provided a physical framework for efficient travel. The sundials added a temporal layer, enabling users to manage their time effectively while on the move. For instance, knowing the time accurately allowed merchants to meet market deadlines and officials to adhere to strict bureaucratic timetables, enhancing the overall efficiency of the empire. Modern recreations of these sundials have demonstrated a surprising degree of accuracy, even when tested across different geographical regions. Historians and horologists, who are the study of the measurement of time, have collaborated to reconstruct these devices using materials and techniques available to the Romans. In controlled experiments, these recreations have proven capable of providing time readings within a few minutes of modern timekeeping standards, showcasing the advanced understanding of astronomy and engineering possessed by the Romans. These experiments also highlight the challenges faced by ancient travelers. The need to adjust the sundial for latitude manually required a degree of knowledge and skill, suggesting that these devices were primarily used by educated or affluent individuals. Nevertheless, their widespread adoption underscores the importance of timekeeping in Roman society and the value placed on technological solutions that improved daily life. In essence, the Roman portable sundial exemplifies how technology and infrastructure combined to enhance connectivity and efficiency in the ancient world. As we transition from the time-telling precision of the Romans to the science of capturing light, let's explore how early scholars harnessed the properties of light with the Arab camera obscura, setting the stage for modern photography. Delving into the origins of optics and light, the Arab camera obscura stands as a pivotal development, largely credited to the 11th century scientist Al-Hazen, also known as Ibn al-Haytham. Alhazen meticulously documented the principles of light projection, setting a foundational cornerstone for what would eventually evolve into modern photography. His work wasn't just theoretical, it was rooted in empirical observation and experimentation, particularly with darkened rooms and a single pinhole of light. Alhazen's experiments involved creating a darkened room where light, entering through a small hole in one wall, would project an inverted image of the outside scene onto the opposite wall. This phenomenon demonstrated that light travels in straight lines and that images could be reproduced using optical principles. Alhazen carefully described how the size and shape of the aperture influenced the clarity and brightness of the projected image. These observations were groundbreaking because they demystified the nature of light and vision, challenging prevailing theories of the time. His comprehensive treatise, Book of Optics, meticulously details these experiments and their implications. Alhazen explained how the camera obscura could be used to observe solar eclipses safely without directly looking at the sun, by projecting the sun's image onto a surface. This application highlighted the practical use of his discovery and underscored its value in scientific observation. Moreover, Alhazen's work laid the groundwork for understanding perspective and image formation. By demonstrating how light could be controlled and manipulated, he paved the way for future innovations in optics and imaging. Although he didn't invent photography in its modern form, his insights were crucial in developing the techniques and technologies that would eventually make photography possible. As we consider Alhazen's contribution to optical science, we see how ancient curiosity and experimentation could lead to revolutionary insights. That is before we delve into how these early observations influenced Renaissance artists and later photographic technology. Pivoting from Alhazen's initial experiments, we can examine how these early observations influenced Renaissance artists and later photographic technology. Alhazen's exploration of optics provided a scientific foundation that would eventually transform artistic and technological endeavors. During the Renaissance, artists embraced the principles of perspective and realism, using the camera obscura to aid in creating accurate depictions of the world. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Johannes Vermeer are believed to have used camera obscura-like devices to project images onto their canvases, helping them achieve unparalleled precision in their drawings and paintings. The camera obscura allowed artists to trace the outlines of scenes, capture realistic proportions, and study the effects of light and shadow with greater accuracy, thus enhancing the realism of their artwork. However, despite these advancements, a significant challenge remained: capturing and preserving these images permanently. While the camera obscura could project an image, it could not record it. It took until the 19th century for inventors to discover chemical processes that could permanently fix an image, thus leading to the development of photography. The key breakthrough came with the discovery of light-sensitive materials. Scientists and inventors experimented with various chemicals that darkened when exposed to light, eventually leading to the creation of photographic processes like the daguerreotype and calotype. These early photographic methods used silver halides to capture an image on a treated surface, allowing for the creation of a permanent record, revolutionizing both art and science. The journey from Alhazen's initial observations to the invention of photography spanned centuries due to the need for advancements in chemistry and material science. While Alhazen laid the optical groundwork, it required the development of chemical techniques to permanently capture and fix an image. This fusion of optics and chemistry marked a pivotal moment, opening up new possibilities for visual representation and documentation. With that, let's transition to the next item, the ancient Indian stepwells. Venturing now into the realm of ancient hydraulic engineering, we highlight the ancient Indian stepwells, which are elaborate subterranean water structures that combined architecture, engineering, and art. These stepwells, also known as valves or baolis, are more than simple water sources. They are complex architectural marvels that provided water and served as community gathering spaces. Built from as early as 600 AD, these structures are predominantly found in the arid regions of India, particularly in states like Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Haryana, where seasonal monsoons and prolonged droughts made water conservation crucial. The design of stepwells typically features a stepped corridor leading down to the water level, which fluctuates with the seasons. This design not only allowed easy access to water year-round, but also provided a cool, shaded refuge from the intense heat. The wells often included intricate carvings, pillared pavilions, and multiple levels, transforming them into works of art. For example, the Rani Kai Vav in Gujarat, built in the 11th century, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site renowned for its exquisite sculptures and 7 levels of stairs that descend to the well. These stepwells were crucial for water management, sustaining cities through droughts by providing a reliable water source. Their construction involved careful planning and an understanding of local geology to ensure a continuous water supply. The step design also helped in water conservation by reducing evaporation, and the wells acted as reservoirs, storing water during the rainy season for use throughout the year. Communities managed and maintained these wells, reflecting their importance in daily life and social structure. Transitioning to the next segment, we'll examine the modern applications of these ancient techniques and how they continue to inspire sustainable water management solutions today. Exploring modern adaptations, we find that the principles of ancient Indian stepwells are inspiring contemporary architects and engineers in their quest for sustainable water solutions, particularly in regions facing water scarcity. Modern designs are integrating stepwell concepts to create aesthetically pleasing and functional water storage and cooling systems. These modern interpretations often combine traditional architectural elements with innovative technologies to maximize efficiency and sustainability. For instance, some architects are designing urban green spaces that incorporate stepwell-like structures to collect rainwater and provide natural cooling. These spaces not only serve as water reservoirs but also create community gathering areas, echoing the social function of the ancient stepwells. In arid regions, stepwell designs are being used in ecotourism projects, providing sustainable water management solutions while also attracting visitors interested in historical and architectural marvels. Moreover, the geometric designs of stepwells, often viewed from above, reveal stunning patterns and symmetry. Aerial views showcase the intricate network of steps, levels, and carvings that form a visual spectacle. These geometric patterns are not just aesthetically pleasing, they also play a role in the structural integrity and functionality of the wells, optimizing water storage and access. Present-day architects and urban planners are drawing inspiration from these designs to create visually striking and environmentally friendly water solutions in modern urban landscapes. As engineers and architects look to address the planet's increasing water challenges, the lessons from these ancient Indian stepwells provide valuable insights. Now, let's turn our attention to another marvel of ancient engineering. Transitioning from ancient water conservation to medieval ingenuity, the mechanical clock towers of 14th century Europe represented more than just timekeeping. They symbolized civic pride and technological prowess. These weren't mere clocks, they were grand displays of engineering, artistry, and community ambition. The construction of monumental clock towers in cities like Strasbourg, Prague, and Bern marked a significant advancement in mechanical engineering. They featured intricate systems of gears, weights, and levers that not only displayed the time but also powered complex automata figures which moved and performed at specific intervals. These automata often included religious figures, animals, and historical characters, and their performances coincided with important civic or religious events. The Strasbourg astronomical clock, for instance, includes a procession of the apostles, a crowing rooster, and various other animated figures that draw crowds to this day. Beyond their timekeeping function, these clock towers served as significant public entertainment spectacles. The hourly performances of the automata were a major attraction, drawing people from all walks of life to witness the mechanical wonders. They became focal points for community gatherings and celebrations, reinforcing a sense of shared identity and civic pride. The Prague astronomical clock, with its moving apostles and other figures, has been a continuous source of fascination for over 600 years, demonstrating the enduring appeal of these mechanical marvels. These clocks weren't just about telling time, they were about celebrating the ingenuity and cultural richness of the cities that built them. Now, let's consider how these timekeeping marvels transformed urban life and societal rhythms. The communal clocks transformed urban life and work rhythms, as the presence of these clocks meant that for the first time, large segments of a city's population could share a common awareness of time. Before, timekeeping had been a personal or local affair, dictated by sundials, water clocks, or the ringing of church bells, each varying in accuracy and audibility. The new mechanical clock towers, visible and audible across the city, provided a standardized time, influencing everything from the opening and closing of markets to the scheduling of labor. This standardization fostered a more organized and synchronized urban existence. As for evaluating their impact, considering that later pocket watches made time portable and personal, while smartphones have integrated timekeeping into nearly every aspect of modern life, these clock towers laid the groundwork for our modern sense of time. Pocket watches, first developed in the 16th century, allowed individuals to manage their schedules with greater precision, leading to a more individualized experience of time. Smartphones, with their ubiquitous presence, represent a further evolution, providing not only time but also a vast array of scheduling and communication tools. In contrast to these personal devices, the clock towers were distinctly communal. They shaped the collective behavior of the city, whereas today's devices cater to individual needs. The social impact of the clock towers was in creating a shared temporal framework that synchronized public life, a role that has since been decentralized by personal technology. The clock towers also fostered a sense of dependence on public infrastructure, a dependence that has shifted to reliance on personal devices, changing how we interact with both time and each other. Transitioning from public time to personal time and then to digital time, the medieval clock towers were an early step in this ongoing evolution. And speaking of early steps, let's look into the Chinese flamethrower carts. Switching gears to the battlefield, picture this. It's the Song dynasty and the Mongol cavalry, a force of seemingly unstoppable horsemen, is charging across the field. But awaiting them are the Chinese flamethrower carts, formidable weapons designed to break enemy lines with fire and calculated strategy. These weren't just simple carts loaded with flammable materials, but rather sophisticated mobile platforms equipped with multiple flamethrowers. Powered by pistons, these flamethrowers projected streams of fire over considerable distances, turning the battlefield into an inferno. From a tactical point of view, these carts were more than just instruments of destruction. They were carefully integrated into the Song army's battle plans. Placed strategically, the flamethrower carts could disrupt enemy formations, particularly the fast-moving Mongol cavalry. The psychological impact, too, was significant. Facing a wall of fire, even the most seasoned warriors could falter, giving the Song forces a crucial advantage. And here's a critical consideration: backdrafts. Operating these flamethrowers was as dangerous for the crew as it was for the enemy. The risk of backdrafts, where the fire could surge back towards the operators, meant that crews had to be heavily armored and well-versed in safety protocols. Protective gear, including thick, fire-resistant clothing and shields, was essential. The crews needed to be highly trained and experienced to manage these weapons effectively. With these flamethrower carts changing the landscape of warfare at the time, how did the integration of crossbow units and shield walls contribute to their effectiveness? To understand the full impact of these flamethrower carts, consider their synergy with other military units. The Song army often combined these carts with crossbow units and shield walls in a coordinated tactic known as combined arms warfare. The crossbowmen, positioned behind or alongside the flamethrower carts, provided crucial ranged support. While the flamethrowers created chaos and disarray in enemy ranks, the crossbowmen could target key enemy personnel and exploit vulnerabilities. This combination of fire and bolts made it exceedingly difficult for the enemy to maintain any organized assault. Additionally, shield walls composed of soldiers equipped with large, sturdy shields offered protection to the flamethrower carts and crossbowmen from enemy projectiles. This layered defense allowed the flamethrower crews to operate with greater safety, ensuring a more sustained and effective offensive. The shield walls also provided a stable platform from which crossbowmen could fire, increasing their accuracy and impact on the battlefield. Contemporary military manuals from the Song dynasty offer insights into how these units were deployed. For example, the Wujing Zongyao, or Collection of the Most Important Military Techniques, details specific formations and tactics involving flamethrower carts. These manuals describe how flamethrower carts should be positioned on the flanks of an army to prevent encirclement or used in the center to break through enemy lines. They also emphasize the importance of maintaining clear lines of communication between the different units to ensure coordinated action. One passage from the Wujing Zongyao instructs, when engaging the enemy, the flamethrower cart should advance first, followed by the crossbowmen who will target the enemy's officers and standard bearers. The shield wall should protect the flanks, ensuring that no one can get close enough to disrupt the operation. Another section notes, the key to victory lies in the seamless coordination between fire, bolts, and shields. Each element must support the others, creating an unbreakable whole. These manuals also stress the importance of adapting tactics to suit the specific terrain and enemy being faced. For example, in open fields, flamethrower carts could be used aggressively to scatter enemy formations, while in more confined spaces, they could be deployed defensively to channel enemy attacks. As the flamethrower carts proved their worth on the battlefield, what other innovative approaches were conceived to amplify their effectiveness, leading to the development of the flamethrower cart? Turning our gaze toward the Roman Empire of the 1st century, we find advancements that touched daily life. Roman artisans of this era achieved a breakthrough in reflective technology with the creation of glass mirrors. These weren't just any mirrors, they featured a highly reflective surface achieved through coating glass with molten metals, primarily lead or a combination of lead and tin. This technique marked a significant leap from the earlier polished bronze mirrors, which, while functional, never offered the same level of clarity or image fidelity. The difference in clarity between bronze and glass mirrors was striking. Bronze mirrors required constant polishing to maintain even a semblance of reflectivity, and even then, their reflective properties were limited. Glass mirrors, on the other hand, provided a much clearer and brighter reflection, allowing for more precise grooming and self-examination. This innovation profoundly impacted personal grooming habits, making it easier for individuals to maintain their appearance. The advent of glass mirrors revolutionized personal grooming among the Romans, particularly the wealthy. Suddenly, having a clear, accurate reflection was no longer a luxury but a readily available tool. This led to a heightened focus on personal appearance and hygiene, with individuals paying more attention to their hairstyles, makeup, and overall presentation. Detailed frescoes and mosaics from the period depict Romans meticulously attending to their grooming, underscoring the mirror's impact on daily life. As the technology of mirrors advanced, what impact did these more reflective surfaces have on broader innovations? Delving deeper into the technological trajectory of Roman glass mirrors, we discover their profound influence on the development of later optical instruments like telescopes and microscopes. The clearer reflections afforded by these mirrors heightened understanding of optics and light manipulation, paving the way for more accurate lenses and reflective components, crucial in early telescope designs. As scientists and inventors began experimenting with ways to magnify distant or microscopic objects, the principles gleaned from Roman mirror technology provided an essential foundation. Interestingly, this mirror-making expertise experienced a lull during the Middle Ages. The sophisticated methods of coating glass with molten metals, mastered by Roman artisans, were gradually lost as the empire declined and knowledge dispersed. The reasons are multifaceted, encompassing economic instability, the decline of specialized craftsmanship, and shifts in cultural priorities that favored religious pursuits over technological innovation. The economic hardships of the era disrupted trade routes and access to necessary materials like high-quality glass and specific metals, making the production of fine mirrors less viable. Despite this hiatus, the legacy of Roman glass mirrors resurfaced during the Renaissance, sparking renewed interest in optics that fueled the scientific revolution. Artisans and scientists rediscovered these techniques, leading to improved methods of mirror production and application. As advancements in glassmaking converged with a burgeoning understanding of optics, the groundwork was laid for groundbreaking inventions such as the telescope and microscope, forever changing our perception of the universe and the microcosm. It served as a reminder of how ancient innovations could be lost and then rediscovered, rekindling progress centuries later. Looking ahead, the next innovation involves a society that existed long before the Roman Empire. Stepping back in time and across the Atlantic, we uncover an innovation that sustained an empire in the Americas, the Aztec Chinampa agriculture. These were no ordinary farms, but rather ingenious human-made islands, often referred to as floating gardens, that played a critical role in feeding massive urban centers like Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital. The Aztec civilization, faced with the challenge of limited arable land in the Valley of Mexico, turned to the shallow lake beds to expand their agricultural capacity. They constructed chinampas by layering mud, decaying vegetation, and other organic materials onto woven reed mats. These artificial islands were then anchored to the lakebed with stakes and trees, creating exceptionally fertile plots of land. What made chinampas particularly revolutionary was their sophisticated, hydroponic-like system of cultivation. The nutrient-rich mud from the lake provided an ideal growing medium, constantly replenished by the natural processes within the aquatic ecosystem. The chinampas acted as a natural form of water filtration and nutrient recycling, where waste and decaying matter were transformed into valuable fertilizer to sustain crops. The benefits of this agricultural method were numerous. Chinampas allowed for year-round cultivation, as the surrounding water moderated temperature fluctuations, preventing frost damage and extending the growing season. The consistent moisture supply from the lake also eliminated the dependence on rainfall, ensuring reliable harvests even during dry periods. Furthermore, the high productivity of these gardens meant that a relatively small area of chinampas could support a significant population. Crops grown in chinampas included staples like maize, beans, squash, and a variety of other vegetables and fruits, providing a diverse and nutritious diet for the Aztec people. The success of chinampa agriculture not only sustained a large population, but also contributed to the economic and political power of the Aztec Empire, as it allowed them to control a vital food supply. As we transition to a new location, we'll explore other methods that ancient farmers used to increase food production. Exploring the resurgence of ancient agricultural practices, modern urban farmers are increasingly embracing chinampas for their sustainable and productive qualities. These recreated floating gardens are not just historical curiosities, but practical solutions for contemporary food production challenges, particularly in urban environments where space is limited and the demand for fresh, organic produce is high. The revival of Chinampa agriculture aligns with the growing interest in sustainable farming methods that minimize environmental impact while maximizing yield. In cities like Mexico City, where the original Chinampas once flourished, urban farmers are recreating these systems on rooftops, in community gardens, and even in controlled indoor environments. These modern adaptations often incorporate innovative technologies such as automated irrigation and nutrient monitoring to further enhance productivity. Compared to conventional agriculture, Chinampas offer several advantages. Traditional farming often relies on heavy machinery, chemical fertilizers, and pesticides, leading to soil degradation, water pollution, and greenhouse gas emissions. Chinampas, on the other hand, operate as closed-loop systems, minimizing waste and reliance on external inputs. The nutrient-rich water from the aquatic environment naturally fertilizes the crops, reducing the need for synthetic fertilizers. Additionally, the organic growing medium and biodiversity within the Chinampas promote natural pest control, decreasing the need for harmful pesticides. In terms of productivity, Chinampas can often outyield conventional farming methods. The year-round growing season, consistent moisture supply, and nutrient-rich environment create optimal conditions for plant growth. Studies have shown that Chinampas can produce up to 7 times more food per unit area compared to traditional agriculture, making them an attractive option for urban farmers seeking to maximize their output. Moreover, the high-quality organic produce from Chinampas commands premium prices in local markets, providing a viable economic opportunity for urban farmers. As the world grapples with the challenges of food security and environmental sustainability, the ancient Aztec Chinampas offer a valuable lesson in how to create resilient and productive agricultural systems. Modern urban farmers are proving that these techniques can be successfully adapted to meet the demands of the 21st century, paving the way for a more sustainable and food-secure future. Having seen the Aztec solution to food scarcity, we now shift our focus to the other side of the world, where we will analyze how a long-lasting metal was created. Transitioning from agriculture to warfare, the 13th century witnessed the emergence of a groundbreaking technology in the Islamic world, the rocket arrow. Syrian engineers, masters of innovation, developed these early rockets by attaching gunpowder-filled tubes to arrows, complete with stabilizing fins to ensure accurate flight. These were not merely incendiary devices but sophisticated weapons designed to strike targets at a greater distance than traditional arrows, representing a significant leap in military technology. These rocket arrows quickly evolved from individual projectiles into early forms of rocket artillery. Larger and more powerful rockets were developed, capable of carrying heavier payloads and delivering devastating blows to enemy fortifications. These were deployed against Crusader castles, which had previously seemed impregnable. The impact of these rockets was both physical and psychological. The fiery trails and explosive force instilled fear in the defenders, while the ability to breach castle walls from afar provided a crucial advantage to besieging armies. The use of gunpowder as a propellant was a closely guarded secret, giving Islamic forces a strategic edge in battles across the Middle East. These rocket arrows were not just weapons, they represented a fusion of scientific knowledge, engineering skill, and military strategy. The knowledge and techniques involved in their production and deployment were meticulously documented in military manuals, ensuring that future generations could continue to refine and improve upon this technology. The creation of these rocket arrows marked a pivotal moment in the history of weaponry, setting the stage for the development of more advanced rocket technologies in later centuries. It is a testament to medieval Islamic ingenuity that these early rockets were not only effective on the battlefield, but also served as a foundation for future advancements in propulsion and ballistics, which leads us to the discussion of their impact on rocketry origins. Exploring rocketry origins, we discover that the leap from medieval rocket arrows to modern space rockets represents a fascinating journey of innovation. The basic principles of propulsion remained consistent, yet the scale, materials, and applications underwent a dramatic transformation. Early rocket arrows used gunpowder, a relatively low-energy propellant, to achieve short-range, localized effects. In contrast, modern space rockets employ sophisticated chemical propellants or even advanced technologies like ion drives, enabling them to escape Earth's gravity and travel vast distances across the solar system. The question remains, why did Middle Eastern rocketry, which showed so much initial promise, stall while European versions advanced? Several factors contributed to this divergence. Firstly, the focus of military innovation shifted. European powers, engaged in frequent and intense conflicts, continuously sought ways to improve their weaponry. This competitive environment fostered rapid advancements in gunpowder technology, metallurgy, and engineering. Secondly, the decline of centralized empires in the Middle East led to fragmentation and a lack of sustained investment in research and development. Valuable knowledge and expertise were often dispersed or lost, hindering further progress. Furthermore, the scientific revolution in Europe, with its emphasis on experimentation, mathematical modeling, and systematic inquiry, provided a fertile ground for technological innovation. Scientists and engineers, building upon the knowledge of previous generations, were able to refine rocket designs, improve propellant efficiency, and develop guidance systems. This period saw the emergence of renowned figures who dedicated their lives to understanding the principles of flight and propulsion, laying the groundwork for the space age. The confluence of these factors propelled European rocketry forward, while the Middle East, despite its early lead, faced a period of relative stagnation. As we transition to exploring ancient Greek central heating, it's intriguing to compare the forward momentum of rocketry with other early technologies that, for various reasons, experienced similar trajectories of advancement, stagnation, and eventual rediscovery. Switching our focus from the skies to structures beneath our feet, let's examine the ancient Greek approach to central heating. The Temple of Ephesus, a marvel of its time, incorporated a heating system that predates the more well-known Roman hypocausts by several centuries. Archaeological evidence suggests that the temple utilized clay pipes to circulate hot air under the floors, providing a form of radiant heating to the sacred spaces. This innovative system involved a furnace located outside the main building, which heated air that was then channeled through a network of interconnected pipes. The warm air rose from these pipes, gently warming the floor and consequently the entire room. The design was ingenious considering the technological limitations of the era. However, the system at the Temple of Ephesus was not widely adopted throughout the Greek world, nor did it evolve into a widespread technology at the time. Several factors may explain this lack of broader implementation. Firstly, the cost of constructing such a system would have been prohibitive for most private residences and public buildings. The creation of a furnace, the manufacturing of clay pipes, and the intricate installation process required skilled labor and significant resources, making it accessible primarily to wealthy institutions like temples or palaces. Secondly, the climate in many parts of Greece is relatively mild, reducing the necessity for extensive heating systems. While winter months could be cold, the overall need for consistent heating was not as pressing as in colder regions, thus diminishing the incentive for widespread adoption. Furthermore, alternative heating methods such as braziers and portable stoves were readily available and more affordable, providing localized warmth without the complexities of a central heating system. Despite the ingenious design at the Temple of Ephesus, the economic limitations, milder climate, and availability of simpler heating solutions contributed to its limited impact on broader architectural practices during that time. As we consider the comforts of ancient heating, next we will examine comfort technologies and how ancient Greek heating systems compare to modern radiant floor heating systems. Delving into comfort technology, the leap from ancient Greek underfloor heating to modern radiant floor systems reveals both striking similarities and significant differences. Modern radiant floor heating utilizes electricity or hot water circulating through pipes beneath the floor to provide consistent warmth, much like the Ephesus system. However, today's technology allows for far greater control, efficiency, and even distribution of heat throughout a building. Thermostats and zoning systems enable precise temperature adjustments in different areas, optimizing comfort and energy use. In contrast, the ancient Greek system lacked such sophisticated controls. Once the furnace was lit, the temperature was challenging to regulate, and heat distribution may have been uneven, depending on the design and maintenance of the pipe network. Furthermore, the heat source in the Temple of Ephesus relied on burning wood or other fuels, which produced smoke and required constant tending, while modern systems can be automated and are much cleaner. The question arises, why did it take millennia for thermal comfort to become commonplace in homes? Several factors contributed to this delayed adoption. One significant reason is the cost and complexity of the technology. Even the relatively simple system in Ephesus was expensive and labor-intensive, making it accessible only to a select few. The widespread availability of affordable, efficient heating required advancements in materials, manufacturing, and energy production that did not occur until much later in history. Additionally, societal priorities played a crucial role. In ancient and medieval times, personal comfort was often secondary to more pressing concerns such as defense, food production, and religious observance. Heating was often localized and limited to essential areas, such as sleeping quarters or workspaces. It was not until the rise of industrialization and increased living standards that widespread thermal comfort became a societal expectation. Moreover, the understanding of thermodynamics and building science has evolved significantly over the centuries. Modern insulation materials, airtight construction techniques, and efficient heating appliances have revolutionized our ability to maintain comfortable indoor environments. Ancient structures with their stone walls and drafty openings were much more challenging to heat efficiently. Though the ancient Greeks laid an early foundation with innovations like the Temple of Ephesus heating system, the confluence of technological advancements, economic factors, and shifting societal priorities ultimately determined the timeline for achieving widespread thermal comfort. Our next exploration reveals how the Chinese addressed similar challenges with innovative approaches to water management. Turning our attention eastward, we discover another remarkable invention that addressed critical agricultural needs. The 49th item on our list is the Chinese chain pump, a device that dates back to the 2nd century. This ingenious invention revolutionized agriculture by providing a continuous and efficient method for lifting water, enabling large-scale water management in a way that was previously unimaginable. The Chinese chain pump, also known as a dragon bone pump, operates on a simple yet effective principle. It consists of a series of rectangular paddles or buckets attached to a continuous chain that runs over two sprockets, one submerged in the water source and the other positioned at the desired height for water delivery. As the chain is rotated, typically by Chinese letter or animal power, the paddles scoop up water from the lower level and lift it to the upper level, where it is discharged into a channel or irrigation system. This continuous cycle ensures a steady flow of water, making it ideal for irrigating fields, draining low-lying areas, and supplying water to elevated reservoirs. The impact of the chain pump on Chinese agriculture was profound. Before its invention, farmers relied on manual labor or less efficient methods such as buckets and levers to draw water, which limited the scale of cultivation and made it difficult to irrigate fields far from water sources. The chain pump, however, enabled farmers to bring water to previously inaccessible areas, expanding the arable land and increasing crop yields. It also reduced the physical strain on farmers, allowing them to focus on other essential tasks such as planting and harvesting. The chain pump's design also facilitated its widespread adoption. It was relatively simple to construct using readily available materials such as wood, bamboo, and rope. Its modular design allowed for easy repair and maintenance, ensuring its longevity and continued use over centuries. Furthermore, the chain pump could be adapted to various water sources and terrains, making it suitable for different regions of China. Beyond its agricultural applications, the chain pump also found use in other areas, such as mining and salt production. In mines, it was used to remove water that accumulated in the shafts, allowing miners to access deeper deposits. In salt production, it was used to pump seawater into evaporation ponds, where the water would evaporate, leaving behind salt crystals. The Chinese chain pump stands as a testament to the ingenuity and resourcefulness of ancient Chinese engineers. Its impact on agriculture and other industries is undeniable, and its legacy continues to be felt today. As we prepare to revisit another earlier technology still in use today, we will look to the Viking civilization. Turning our attention to the enduring legacy of this device, we can analyze why the simple design of the Chinese chain pump has remained in use for over 2,000 years. Its mechanical efficiency lies in its continuous operation and ability to lift substantial amounts of water with minimal energy input. Unlike other water-lifting devices that require intermittent filling and emptying, the chain pump provides a steady flow, maximizing output while reducing the effort needed to operate it. This efficiency is crucial in agricultural settings where water demand is consistent and labor resources may be limited. The chain pump's design also lends itself to easy maintenance and repair. The individual paddles or buckets can be replaced as needed, and the chain itself can be repaired or lengthened to accommodate different water levels. This modularity ensures that the pump can be kept in operation for extended periods without requiring extensive overhauls or specialized tools. Moreover, the materials used in its construction, such as wood and bamboo, are readily available in many regions, making it a sustainable and cost-effective solution for water management. One of the key factors contributing to the chain pump's longevity is its adaptability to various environments and power sources. While originally powered by manpower or animal traction, modern versions of the chain pump have been adapted to use electric motors or small engines, further increasing their efficiency and output. This adaptability has allowed the chain pump to remain relevant in both traditional farming communities and more modern agricultural operations. Even today, in traditional Chinese villages, one can still find chain pumps in operation, a testament to their enduring practicality and effectiveness. These pumps, often powered by human or animal labor, continue to provide essential irrigation for small-scale farming, demonstrating the design's resilience and long-term value. It serves as a reminder that ancient innovations can still offer viable solutions in contemporary settings. Now, we will set our sights on a different region and explore another remarkable invention. We will investigate the Viking civilization and their unique approach to navigation using the sun. Returning to our exploration of ancient navigational prowess, let's revisit the Viking sun compass, an invention we touched upon earlier. New research suggests that this tool was even more versatile than previously imagined. While we initially discussed its use in locating the sun through cloud cover, emerging theories propose it may have also functioned at night, leveraging the phenomenon of polarized light. The concept centers around certain crystals such as Iceland spar, which can split light into two beams, revealing the direction of polarization. Even when the sun is below the horizon, its light continues to scatter through the atmosphere, creating a pattern of polarized light that these crystals can detect. By analyzing this pattern, Vikings could potentially determine the sun's position, providing a reference point for navigation even in the dark. This theory implies a deep understanding of optics and atmospheric science on the part of the Vikings. It suggests that they likely conducted extensive observations of the sky, meticulously studying the behavior of light under various conditions. This knowledge would have been crucial for calibrating and interpreting the readings from their sun compasses, enabling them to navigate accurately across vast stretches of ocean. Evidence supporting this idea comes from archaeological finds and experimental studies. Fragments of crystals with the necessary properties have been discovered in Viking settlements, hinting at their potential use in navigation. Moreover, scientists have conducted simulations and experiments demonstrating the feasibility of night navigation using polarized light and crystals, lending further credence to the theory. The possibility that Vikings possessed such sophisticated astronomical knowledge challenges conventional views of their intellectual capabilities. It suggests they were not merely skilled seafarers, but also keen observers and experimenters, capable of developing advanced technologies through empirical research. As we journey toward our concluding remarks, let's consider how these inventions reflect humanity's enduring quest for knowledge and innovation. Drawing our journey to a close, let's reflect on how these inventions challenge the conventional image of the Dark Ages as a period of intellectual stagnation. From the intricate Antikythera mechanism to the ingenious Viking sun compass, we've explored a realm of innovation that defies easy categorization. These weren't isolated flashes of brilliance, but rather interconnected threads of ingenuity woven into the fabric of medieval life. It's striking how many of these technologies vanished, only to be resurrected centuries later. The principles of Roman concrete, lost for a millennium, now inspire modern construction techniques. The secrets of Damascus Steel, once the pinnacle of metallurgy, are being rediscovered through nanotechnology. This cycle of innovation, loss, and rediscovery underscores the fragility of knowledge and the importance of preserving our shared heritage. These inventions also highlight the global nature of innovation in the Dark Ages. From the Chinese earthquake detector to the Mayan rubber processing, different cultures contributed unique perspectives and solutions to common challenges. Their collective achievements demonstrate the universal human capacity for creativity and problem-solving, regardless of geographic location or historical era. As we conclude, consider the implications of these forgotten technologies. What other ancient breakthroughs lie hidden in the annals of history, waiting to be rediscovered? What lessons can we learn from the past to guide our future? Share your thoughts in the comments below. What's your favorite invention from this list and why? And if you've enjoyed this exploration of historical mysteries, be sure to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more captivating content, and hit the notification bell so you never miss an update.